A lot of rabbit. Oh, let's say, I know there's a few squirrels around here. Yeah, there's that one. We need some gold, cobalt. Ah, there's the gold. Where's the cobalt? That's Addy. Way further than I expected to go to find some cobalt. Looks so weird at night. Alright, penguin, shark, resin wood. We'll grab the shark from the vendor after we do the kill. Also do the penguin as well. Do the kills really quick. Alright. Let's get our town board done and then we'll go and do. Probably won't be able to get very many of our actual thingamajiggies done. I probably should not do all my town boards right this second. I only have like an hour or a little less than an hour to turn in as many my tokens as I can before reset. So focus on that first. Yeah, we'll just do a really quick 100 kills. Alright, one more loop, and then we'll go and do the actual token turn-ins really quick. Alright. Let's take care of... Go do our tokens really fast. Oh, I already missed my turn in, I guess. Alright. Guess it literally just reset at 11 instead of 12 now. They needed to fix it. Like, that shit should... It should either be a 23-hour cooldown, or shouldn't be fluctuating. It should either be a set time for every single person to have the exact same reset timer, which is server time, or you have 23 hours after completing it, you know, or whatever, after accessing it for it to reset, or like 20 hours or something. It's so annoying that it just randomly changes its times. Since we have plenty of time, we don't worry so much about it now. Alright, so let's pick up this, this. Then we have done everything here. Do a quick refresh. And then pick up that. That. Rest this. And I can actually do both of these. Alright, so let's do the rabbits really quick. I should finish rabbits and tendons. I'm gonna go do the wood. And the oh. And then we'll shoot for 160 wood like we normally do. And we'll get the token wood done. Work on the res. Looks like we need silver, coal. Silver and coal from Meadows today. You know exactly where one silver is, farther north. North. Gotta find the coals. Usually one around here somewhere. Like that's iron. It looks like at least winter kind of throws it off a little bit. I think that's cool. We can do this. That down. We got the coal done. We need to find an obsidian. I know there's some out in the field. I can easily go and find. There's one there. I thought there was one over here. I wasn't sure though. Oh, and there's silver too. Sweet. Silver is so hard to find in the winter. It super blends in. Okay, so that. This. Almost done with the wood. Guess we got the mining done for the meadows. Just need to do desert mining. Oh. Hopper! What's going on, man? Not too much, you know. Only I slept about 5.5 hours today, so I'm a bit tired, but other than that, pretty good. 4 a.m. Jeez. I mean, that's good though. 5 to 3 is pretty solid. I think I laid down at like 2:30. And then I woke up at like 7:30. Oh, slept 5 minutes to 3. I mean, that's not too bad though. Yeah, that's like 11 hours, right? Yeah, that's crazy. That's a good day. Yeah, what up, mate? What's going on? Yeah, it was funny. I was sitting there like watching streams yesterday, and I noticed Josh OG was live. I was like, oh, Josh is live, sweet. And I was looking at the game he was playing, and he was playing the new Eidolon game. I don't remember what it's called. Something Mill, Foundation Mill, or Fountain Mill, or whatever. He was playing that. That shit was hilarious to watch. For him to not be like an Eidolon player to be playing it, it was just kind of funny. I mean, don't get me wrong, that guy, he plays everything. Literally everything. You get any type of simulator or kind of like just simplistic, fun, single player, just knockoff cheap game, he pretty much plays it. Oh yeah, it's definitely knockoff. Countdown of 13 hours. Wait, an Eidolon? Interesting. Is he gonna pop out a new update? Weird. Okay. I wonder what he's gonna push. Let me actually turn in silver and coal really quick. 150 streak. Let's go. Oh, that was done too. Okay. And then we just need, yeah, these four. All right. Pizza.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yeah, thanks for
You
hydrating.
look thirsty as fuck right now.
All right. Put everything away. All right. We need to. I still need to do the. Okay. So we need to worry about finishing the. Can't even think. The town boards really fast. Because the tokens will be there. I'm not super worried about tokens. I want to finish quest board. I mean, obviously those will be here as well, but it's just much easier to just get this done and then work on the tokens. All right. Desert cat hides. Then sulfur, sardines. Okay. And then you go do the 100 kills. Double check there's nothing else. Yeah, work early. All right, sounds good, mate. I appreciate you for being here. Either way, you know, hope your day has been going well, and hopefully you get a good night's sleep tonight. Before work tomorrow. Which I got a good night's sleep. Ah, 5 hours of sleep is just not enough. But streaming helps keep me awake a bit. Picker, picker, upper, upper. Yeah, like we're all crazy. We've almost gotten 50% of a level today already. And we haven't even done anything. Welcome back. Yeah, so Topher, it's funny. I went to Griffey's stream the other day, and the very first second I opened his stream, I heard him like bitching and yelling about Gmush kills, and I was just like, "What did I just step into, bro? What the fuck did I just walk into?" Like, yeah, if I'm an idiot, then it's infinite. Yeah, you're almost there, mate. So close. What do you mean, skill or class? Like, what are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, bro, I was so confused. And then after a little while of listening, he said your name. He's like, yeah, so to answer your question, Topher. And I was like, oh, Topher asked a question. And then I saw a mate message in the chat. And I was like, oh, well, everybody's fucking here. Oh, character level. I'm doing town board turning, like, quests. And it's like, you gotta kill a bunch of people. And then you gotta turn in, like, 1 shark. And 5 of these and 5 of those. And 10 of these. And then you get a big chunk of XP. Like, once I kill this 100 mobs, I'm gonna get like another 100,000 XP or something like that, or 90,000 XP just for killing the mobs. Yeah, I just thought it was hilarious, mate, because I was just sitting there lurking and I was just listening to the rant, and then out of nowhere, he's like, "Yeah, Topher should answer your question." I was just like, "Oh, so Topher prompted this whole thing. Topher's the problem." I mean, it wasn't Topher's fault, but people just got to be fucking trolls. But I wasn't really understanding like what the argument was about, like how it would be like quote unquote technically infinite, because he made some comment along the lines of like um mason jar, and I had no idea what he was talking about with that. So oh, so it's not so much Gmesh kills per hour as it is how many Gmesh caps you can hold in your inventory. Okay. And that's where the mason jar comes in, because it's like carry cap or something, right? Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's why I was so confused, because I wasn't getting like the whole idea, like what was going on. I was so fucking confused. But yeah, you see these? It's like 50,000 XP, but we have the 50% EXP multiplier down here, which is giving us even more. And if you look at when I completed it, I got 89,000 XP for completing that quest, and you get 10 of them, and you get 3 or 2 resets, so you get 30. So 30 times 80,000 X or 90,000 XP, right? So that's a huge chunk of XP. And then these ones give even more. They give like 130,000 XP. And I did 3 of those so far. These 2 will take a while, but I can go and complete this one. And I can go and complete this one as well. And that's another like 270,000 XP. It's just like I leveled, so I was at like 98% when I started the stream, and I'm already at 37%. Like that's the crazy part. Right. So we gotta kill the 100, and then we just gotta basically pick up all of these, and then we can only pick up all but one. Okay. Let's head north. And if we can find some cobalt, we can get 1 done. Yeah, the golden stopwatch is because they give you a chance to hit the no stamp left behind or whatever. That's basically what it boiled down to. Yeah, when you posted that, I saw it in game right after. Yeah, I got 50%, yeah, bonus XP now per character. Look at this zigzag I gotta do. Anyway. But yeah, I thought it was pretty funny that people were like, well, in theory, if you started an account and you only had, if you got no stamp left behind and the only stamp you had was the mason jar, you could like juice it really hard. And I'm just like, is someone really gonna start an account just to do that? I mean, that's something I would do. Like, not even an exaggeration, that is something I would do. Like, if I was to start an account right now for like my first account or whatever, or like I had to redo my account for some apparent reason, that's something I would do. Because like I did that with my with my no bubble left behind. I only leveled like 15 things. So those 15 things would be only things leveling with no stamp left behind. And that's how I was able to get my diamond chef to atomable very easily without having to put any effort into it. I just had to level it a few times and then I let no stamp left or no meal left behind or whatever. Fucking no bubble left behind take over and just do its work. And it was super simple. Here though, we do need some cobalt. We do need some sulfur and we do need some adamantium. Let's grab those. Maybe we could finish those up while we're running through here. For our actual tokens. But yeah, it's over. That, like, could you imagine, like, if you were to start a brand new account today, if you were like a brand new character or player, and you were to follow like the information and stuff people were like giving you, and you were to honestly not upgrade any of your stamps, right? You weren't going to put any of them in. The only ones you were going to actually unlock were like one or two, like, or maybe three of like super important ones that you wanted to like super juice out of its mind, so you can let no stamp left behind take over. And then you could do a similar thing with certain meals to max meals, but I would say that's probably not the most important thing to do. But like, yeah, do the same thing with like no bubble left behind. Start off with like the really important ones that you need to get to atomable as soon as possible, and then unlock another like 5 or 7, let that one go until they're atomable, and like do another 5 or 7 until those ones are atomable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's, like I said, that's what I did. It worked out pretty well, but I mean, I'm obviously really far behind people that actually actively play the game. But yeah, exactly. Eventually, like the money cost, you wouldn't be able to upgrade it, right? But that's the thing. So even if you couldn't use your money to level it every day, it would level. It would give it X amount of levels every single day, even if you didn't have the money or the materials for it. It would just level it every single day. So in theory, you could infinitely level that stamp, but you would not be able to like unlock any other stamps, because then it would take away from that one. Right? That one wouldn't be leveling every day anymore. Because it's just like the Kruk bubble, right? If you land on a Kruk bubble, it's gonna level it a bunch of times, and even if you don't have the money to even be able to level it after the fact, if it hits it again, it's still gonna level it. Or at least from my understanding. Could you imagine having like a 30,000 mason jar? Yeah, honestly, don't even really play the third account. Just unlock, no stamp left behind. Put that one stamp in and just log in every day. And just watch that shit grow. Just for shits and giggles. When that bitch hits like level 50,000 or something, just be like, look at this bitch. Beat that. Yeah, just fucking something stupid. Oh, yeah. But I did get another mining level while I was AFKing yesterday. I've been doing the standing at a rock AFKing, and I ended up getting another mining level from it. We're now at 64. We got 11 more levels, and we unlock Mithril. Let's so stuff. That is sold. And then I think what we're gonna do first, go and turn all our books. We're gonna empty our inventory a little bit so we can go and get our tokens done. Cogs, yeah, Cogs isn't a bad thing. Like, bro, I find it so hard to like be like, yeah, I'm gonna use this like very rare item for this one niche thing, and be like, yeah, it was totally worth it. I just find it hard for me to justify it half the time. Just like my candies. Like candies aren't super rare because you can get them every week, but like I just find it hard for me to justify using candies. Because 99% of the time I'm just like, am I gonna get what I want out of it? Oh yeah, does 3D printer actually go up another level now? Bro, I have not done a Gmush farm ever. So I'm not that interested. I don't really care that much, honestly. It is what it is. There's three of us. Well, I'm just gonna sit here and do my own thing. Oh, shitballs. I didn't claim. I'm gonna leave. Oh, never mind. I didn't claim the PvP one before I came in here. Yeah, I mean it's a huge AFK thing, and I'll get some good kills. It's just I've never farmed Gmush. Like I truly just never really cared to farm Gmush. I need to because I need money, but I've just been so focused on doing thousands of other things. I just never really sat down to care. Alright, well I'm just gonna sit over here and mind my own business. I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't pick up the thing. But We can do some Eidolon while we sit here. It's literally a 10-minute event. And I didn't even get the thing that I wanted. I wanted to pick it up and I forgot to. I was like, oh, I'll pick this up, and then I didn't have room to pick it up. So I was going to pick it up later, and then I forgot to pick it up. But you did remind me that I did not unlock my 11th character in printing. I also need to figure out what to print. Oh, did he? Interesting. Need to unlock the new thing soon. Got one guy's over here doing work. Over here trying to win and stuff. While the rest of us are just like chilling. I am kind of annoyed that, like I said, that I didn't pick up the thing, but this is what it is. Alright. I'll just have to do 3 more after this. Yeah, I haven't played it. I just watched a little bit of Josh play it. And like just watching him play just like it hurt my soul. I was just looking at it like, yeah, fuck that, bro. Fuck that. I already have enough to worry about with this game, let alone play another game. I gotta keep missing the 15s. Oh, we can do this one. We can do this one. Got an 18. So we got a 19 on all golden food, and we have an 18 on the marshmallow. Not too terrible. Just need to start hitting some of these 13s here and 15s on the other ones. Yeah, because we got another 15 here, we got another 13 here, got another 15 here. That should help with our meal speed a little bit. Going from 16 to 18. Still working on leveling up my boats, bro. These ones are getting close. They're 362. Jesus. Yeah, the dart game looked wild when I was watching it. Yo, what up, Edge? He had like a mini gun that was shooting darts and a couple other things that was like auto shooting darts for him. It was kind of crazy looking. All right. I have no idea where to spend this talent point, bro. I am completely lost on research table. If I'm being completely honest. Why? Doesn't matter. Oh, I don't really give a shit. I mean, I can still see them. Everything that's highlighted is pretty much good except for like this one, right? This one here, this is like my tiny cogs, so it's flag rate. And this is AFK, I don't care about. This is more AFK. Uh, this is my red talents and class XP. That one's not too terrible. And then more class XP for yellow talents. I haven't really worried about these because the whale is like kind of capped out for me right now. Oh, I definitely think I have it set up wrong. I just kind of tossed things in when I got them. Green one. Think about these two. Sure. Why not? Oh, these two? I don't even have this one maxed out. Why would you? Is this for like just the straight up class XP? Both of these for the class XP? Observation XP. I'm pretty sure this isn't observation XP. I mean, it does say gives XP per level, but I thought this was base character XP. I thought this was base level XP. And this is research XP, but I thought that was base level XP. That's why I never leveled it. Okay. So where should I put my point? Should I put my point into this since I'm trying to juice that? Because I can't remember what insight is. Because this says the optimal monitor to generate more insight, which I'm assuming is uh the levelings of them. Insight color. That's what I thought. Um. Uh, head back to you guys are like all over the place with your typing. You're like, oh, this, that, click this, click that, this, do that, green here, green there, go there, click nine, level this, level that. Just chill. One simple sentence. My head can't handle it today. It's all good, Edge. It's all good. Okay, all right, let's go back, finish this up really quick. So I can actually think. Let me finish this really fast and then we'll talk about that. I just don't even know what to do with the fucking scopes, honestly. I've just been leveling shit. Yeah. My brain's like kind of fucking mush today, bro. I got 5 hours of sleep, so my brain's not on full capacity. Or even Rage's full capacity. I can't even find decorative. There it goes. Alright, so we got decorative, reflex tendons, animal meat, squirrel? I guess a squirrel hide. It's a fucking tail. Fox hide. And then a mist drop. And then oh, not what I'm looking at. Last one. And obsidian. Look at that though. Already 56% into this level. And I still have the 3 arenas, the 5 rifts, feeding my pet, and being online for 8 hours. That shit's gonna give me so much XP. You better spit on that shit. Um so that's done. Get rid of this. Gotta do all 3 of gotta do all 3 of those. Alright. Let's grab this really quick. So yeah, I guess I'll just level this because why not? Not what I want to do. What the fuck do I do with this? Where do I put this? Where's this guy? Like right there? Sounds about right. Cool. Close enough. I completely forgot what we were doing. Oh, we're doing another one of these? Let's go. Class XP would be really insane, though. I'm actually shocked that this one didn't win, even though we've gotten it twice back to back so far. I really don't feel like playing, so I was gonna do my. I'll probably open it back up when we go do our arenas again. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing too, man. Is I know we want an actual masterclass week, but the time skip ones are actually not terrible because if we stockpile enough of them, we'll have so many more to use during the week, right? Like obviously, like we'd rather have, like you said, the traditional actual like juice from it, but I mean, we can get a ton of juice out of it after the fact, I guess. At the same time, I don't know. I personally don't care either way. I just prepping for later, you know. Yeah, but I mean, you could burn through 19,000 of them really easy just by juicing how many like kaleidoscope things you got or tesseracts, right? You could just shit ton of farming of tesseracts. Um, so you could take advantage of your daily cheap upgrades after the event's over. Just like mega juice it so you could focus on certain ones later on down the road and stuff like that. Anyway, let's just grab what we need. Okay, so read some of these. Ugh. Wow, some of these. I remember last time I did it, I had like a couple. I had like 10,000 or something. I burned through all 10,000 and still barely made a dent in my master class. So that's why I'm saying it's like having more is always good. Like yeah, more skulls for Kilroy's cool and all, but I don't know. Just basically just equates to more candies. More candies equals more time skips, which is perfectly acceptable as well. So they're both good. I just feel like masterclass is just easier. Lanterns. Tuna. I wish the banking system was more like RuneScape's banking system. I think it would be much more well received. Banking system is so dreadful. Okay, and then last two things would be hunting and harvesting. Yeah, the post office seems pretty neglected for sure. Like, I think he got really lazy with it and he just gave us the myriad box for like, you know, super high amount. Just so it's like, okay, I don't have to touch this for 10 years. Because it's like people are going to take forever to max that out. I mean, in theory, it won't take you forever if you just put any effort into it. But still, it's like, I feel like he just didn't want to tinker with it anymore. Or think about it. He just wanted to be over and done with and simplified. Alright, so now we are stuck with harvesting and hunting. Oh my god! Alright, so we need hyenas, rhinos, hippos, desert cats. Okay, desert cats, we can go and do. I want to get the desert stuff done first. Feathers, we can just grab out the storage. Rattles are here. Everything else is here. And then we have harvestables to deal with. So do desert cast and the harvestables, and then we'll go back to the meadow to finish the roast. The salt lick could be expanded upon significantly as well. Got a spiffy captain. Let's go. Mate, you still enderless? Nice, Tover. Yeah, I have 20 out of 20, but some of mine aren't very good. Some of them have like cloud discovery rate. And then I'm torn on what's best because some of mine have rare chest, and then some have speed, which eventually I need to get rid of the speed ones. I'm confident in. But then I have loot, rare, and speed, and I don't know. Like I need speed until I have like enough speed to reach the last island, obviously. But I don't know if rare is good or if I should just go with loot. All right, sounds good, Edge. If you're around later, maybe we can do some combat grinding. $8 weeks, you don't get one. Ugh, God, that's awful. All right, almost done with the desert cats. Desert cats, ho! Yeah, but do you guys know if the rare chest captains are even good? Or should I basically just stick to double loot captains once I have enough sailing speed? I feel like double loot captains are just better. Alright, so that's taken care of. Now let's take a look at harvest. Alright, we need bark. Um Moist. Um and then one dew. Okay, so we need roses, spark, and one dew. I mean, I know rare chest helps you get better chances at artifacts, which makes sense, right? I mean, it does. Doesn't rarer chests also give more loot on top of that? Not 100% on that, but I thought rarer chests also gave more loot. That's why I was curious if rare chest was worth it. Because I feel like you could technically juice out loot, like loot value via the boat level ups. But the only thing you can't change is uh chest rarity. You can't change how, you know, how often you find rare chests. So that's why I was curious if maybe a double chest captain would be best to have super juice chances of getting rare chests while juicing out the loot chance from the actual boat and the speed from the actual boat. I wasn't sure if it was better or worse, mathematically speaking. Alright, so we don't need this. We technically needed this. Don't need this, we don't need this, 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 this. Need these four. $11Q gold bar, let's go. Massive. He's stealing all the booty. He's cheating again! Look at him scripting. Watch, he's gonna snap his head down. Oh, did he learn his lesson? Yep, there it goes. There's the snap. There's the snap, bro. He's fucking cheating again. Fucking just ban his ass, for fuck's sake. He's a piece of fucking scripting shit. Just fucking ban him. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be pissed about people holding E and staring at a rock. I'm gonna be pissed when you're scripting. If you're scripting slash using macros and that kind of shit, that's where I draw the line, right? If you're gonna take advantage of an in-game mechanic of just holding down the E key, I'm not gonna fault you for that. You put a fucking marble on your fucking key. You literally put a piece of tape on it. Spill some soda on your keyboard. It gets sticky. Like, I don't give a shit what you have to do. If your key stays down and you're staring at a rock and you keep mining it, I have no problems with that. But if you're using a program to force your character to do it, that's where I draw the line. Fucking scumbag, dude. I keep finding his ass. I run into him all over the place. He always tries to find a new spot, and I always run into him. Like, don't get me wrong, people run into me all the time when I'm like, the last couple days that I've been doing it, and I'm just like sitting there, I'm literally watching my character do it, and I watch people run past me, and I'm just like watching them. I stop mining for a second, or I'm not stopping mining, but I like pan my camera to watch them run past me. It's like I'm AFKing, but I'm technically still there most, like, 50% of the time. The other 50% of the time I'm sleeping, but like it's just, at least I'm not using a program to do it for me. Like, it's just fucking cringe, bro. You don't want to play the game, don't play the game. No one's making you play it. Holy fuck. Alright, so Mist is done. Now we just need Spark. Time to find Sparks. These ones suck. Alright, we're done with that. That's time to do the hyenas. Oh, oh, shit balls of fire, man. I need a haircut. Here's bugging the fuck out of me. Dude, why is this map so goddamn laggy? Holy shit. I like how they're in a maintenance period of like trying to optimize the game, make the game smoother and run faster and better and stuff. But yet the map still stutters and lags and freezes every time you open it. Alright, so we'll get the 32 hyenas we need. And then we need to do the rhinos, hippos, rattlers. Oh, alright, so that puts us to like 10. We need 6 more. Oh, wait, a lot more actually. Need like 22 more. Right. That puts us at 21. Means we have 11 more to go. Go, Thor, hit me up. What's going on, man? Sorry if I took a hot minute to respond to that. What's going on, man? Appreciate you chiming in today. How's life? Just came in? Yeah, okay, just making sure. I don't have timestamps on that, so I'm not sure how long the message has been sitting, you know. But appreciate you coming in. Like I said, hope life's been treating you well. I know you've had a lot going on, so hopefully it's not too terrible. We're just chilling, man. Just chilling. 26. Making some pretty good progress on our skills and stuff. Slow and steady. We finally hit the ability to mine adamantium. We're working on mithril still. I really need to find a better hyena spot. This spot sucks because it's in the trees. And they're not very noticeable. And there's not that many of them. Bro, the life skilling ground in Quinfall is fucking atrocious. I literally feel like I'm playing old school RuneScape. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the level 100 grind is relatively easy. With the idea that as long as you just do your town boards every day, you get a shit ton of XP with very little effort. So you go in and you do your acknowledgements, you know, your 8 hours a day, so you can work on your Terra fragments and stuff. You know, your arena battles per day, your rifts, your feeding your pet, and so on. You do those plus your actual your two resets. Nice, you're gonna get there today. That's pretty huge. But yeah, I've been doing that, and like today, I got over 50% of a level just by doing my town boards. So I went from like 98% to like to hit 72 to like 56% already. Like it was super easy. All right, so there's that. Now we need to hit. Rhinos are north of us. That's huge, actually. I'm just struggling finding like good farm locations for certain things, like hyenas. I need to farm up some excess hyenas, and I just haven't found a good hyena spot yet. How'd you go from 91 to 96 in 2 hours? That's insane. I'm assuming you did one of the group farms. You got into a group and you went to like a level 100 party zone. And you guys were like mass pulling and stuff. So with the 50% boost, you probably did you put like your clan altar there and like your personal altar and then pop an EXP boost from the statue guy as well? Assuming you like went all out. That's some like huge XP. We need 32 horns. I don't get a lot of horns out of this guy, but it's fine. It's few level 100s. They're probably just grinding EXP or grinding money, probably. Maybe leveling up all weapons or something. Oh, so but are you using like your personal altar and your clan altar as well? Those give pretty good XP bonuses as well. Basically doubles your XP. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, that basically doubles your XP if you have those near it. And if you take the extra effort to put it in a red zone on top of that, and to be on channel 4 on the PvP server, bro, like the amount of combat XP you can get, you have a solid group and you're not being like PvP ganked and stuff, is ridiculous. With all the buffs. It's actually ridiculous. But like I said, once you hit a level 100, like the amount of EXP you get doesn't really matter anymore. It's all about grinding for the items. So it's like, what's the point of, yeah, I'll get to 100 faster, but is it really worth, moving my altar multiple times just to like take advantage of it and have to deal with like it being on this server and then moving it to another server because I don't want to play on the combat server, like, or whatever. I don't know, just that's what I'm saying. The PvP server, you're just asking to get fucked. But that's what I'm saying is like, I don't know. It's one of those things that if you're trying to get there as fast as possible, that's what you do. But if you're okay with taking an extra day or two, which is I think reasonable, you take it a little simpler, and it's not too difficult to like get it done. Just a little bit. It takes you a little bit longer because you don't get quite as much XP, but then you don't have to tinker with it later. Wait, why did they do the 75 mob zones? Oh, you're talking about 75 and 100s? I'm wouldn't it just doesn't make sense why level 100s would be killing level 75s. All right. The rhinos are done. We need to do hippos. We can just run north. So we have those two, those two, those two, that one, that one. Okay, so we just need hippos, rattlers, and then we got harvesting to do. Oh, did we just hit autumn? Oh. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, mate. Gotcha, mate. But I'm assuming, yeah. So it's not too long of a work day, right? I feel like that's not too terrible. You still want to get a good night's sleep, obviously, but dude, I can never find this road. This road is so like fucked. Like this is supposedly the road. It doesn't like exist. And the textures are always fucked in this zone. I've run through those areas so many times, like the textures are so fucked. And the fucking it just doesn't show shit, bro. Today was 8 hours. Yeah. A solid day of work. Oh, the players. Got you. I thought you were saying they just farmed the mob. My bad. Where am I at? I'm running through the pass. This pass right here. So north of Sorrowtown. This pass is just absolutely fucked. I don't know what it is about that specific pass, but the road doesn't exist. Like you can see on the mini map here, this is the road. I am standing on the road. There is no road, and the textures are always cutting in and out. It's so fucked. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. But yeah, like if you go there, you'll see what I mean. Unless it's just broken on my end. But yeah, I'm literally standing on the road. It's just fucking just tucked. All right. Yeah, rattlers are after this. No, it's been like that for as long as I can remember, Thor. This isn't a like a recent problem in that zone. Every time I've ever run through this pass, because I do it every once in a while to come fight hippos, it's always like that. It's like it's been a bug since I've known of. Like I say, it could just be my graphic settings, right? It could just be my computer having that problem. Just like my New World had a lot of problems with the flickering of the water and stuff, and I could never fix it. Right? It could just be my computer, but I've always had issues in that pass since I started playing the game. That pass has always been a problem. I don't. I only come through there every once in a while, but it's really frustrating. Like I said, I only come through here when I'm coming up here for hippos. Gotta do 5 quick riffs, and then I gotta get into 3. So I have to win 3 arena battles. So that's gonna be annoying. Alright, so let us put down here really fast. Go to the rattlers. I hate having to win, quote unquote, win the arena battle. I wish it was just participate. Like, it would be better if they changed it from win to participate, but then increase the amount that you had to participate in. Like, it should just be like win 1 or participate in 10. Like, I feel like that's best. Because, like, winning 1 arena is cool. Because if you're level 100 and you're fighting against a bunch of level 100s, hit or miss if you're going to win or not. But winning 1, getting your daily done, that's pretty easy, you know. Run it a couple times, you eventually get it done. And then if you want it to be more consistent, then just make people run it like 5 times. Be like, hey, participate in 5 of them, and then you're good. But winning 3 kind of sucks. Makes me almost not want to hit level 100 because of that. Hold on. Hey. My one cat was being mean to my other cat. Sorry for that. Oh. I mean, in theory, it's a 33% chance, Thor, but that's just on paper, right? If you know that you're level 100 and you're under geared, right? It's not a 33% chance to win anymore because you know you're under geared. Right. If you know the people that are typically queuing at the certain time of day are higher gear score than you, it just kind of, at that point it's more of a coin flip on if you get on the good team or the bad team, right? Like back in New World days, right? You would queue in, it's like, oh, it's 20 on 20, 50% chance to win, but it's not because you might not get on the good team. You know, the good players might be on the other team. So it's just, it's not truly a 33% chance to win. Unless you are a juiced player yourself and you are contributing to the chance to win. And then at that point, like, you might have more of a 40 or 50% chance to win. I mean, it's a lot less than a 33% chance, though, because if there's 15 people on a team, or even 5 people on a team, you have to get how many of them on one team to have a good team, right? If all of them are on a different team, then it's a coin flip, right? It's a 33% chance. If you have one good player on every team and 4 bad players on every team, right? That's pure coin flip. That's 33% chance. But every single time you join, if there's 3 solid players and they could be on the same team, there could be 2 on one team, there could be 3 on one team, there could be 1 on each team. That factors into that 33%, not making it 33% anymore. And then on top of that, if all 3 of them end up on a team, that leaves 2 open slots. The odds of you landing in one of those 2 slots versus the other 10 slots, pretty slim. So it's not a 33% chance, no matter how you look at it. Yeah, I don't know what it is about that valley spot. It's really wonky. All right, so let's see here. We need to do harvesting now. So we need some lilies, which is fine. We need a little bit of basil. So we just need a single basil, it looks like. We need a bunch of lilies. That it? Oh, and 1 hemp. So 1 hemp and 1 basil. Okay, so we just need lilies. Interesting. Get on the road really quick, because I know there's lilies on the road. Yeah, I don't know what the math would actually equate to, Thor, but it's not a 33% chance. Now, if we're being 5 heads and being fucking brain dead, then yeah, you can generalize it as, oh, it's a 33% chance to land on a winning team. It's like, oh, at bare minimum, like if you're just thinking about it in simple terms of every person is equal, then yes, 33% chance to win. But not every character is equal. Not every player is equal. If you have the number 1 rated PvP person against you, are the odds still 33% chance? If that person is so geared and so good at the game that he can literally 1v5 your team and beat you every single time, do you truly have a 33% chance to win? If they have a team of like the 5 best players in the entire game on the same team, do you really think you have a 33% chance to win? Like that's what I'm saying. Is like the theoretical actual chance to win is not 33% chance, because there's too many other factors that get calculated into, you know, hey, who's on your team? How good are they? Who's on the enemy team? How good are they? You know, how good's their gear? How good's their, you know, what's the character compositions, right? Do they have a healer? Do they have DPS? Do they have ranged? You know, what gear score are they rocking, right? Like, are they experienced? Are they even active? Are they AFK? Like, there's so many questions and so many things that factor into the win ratio. Like, it just, you can't just generalize it as 33% chance. That's like saying every time you play League of Legends, you have a 50-50 chance to win. If you're playing against fucking diamonds and masters and you're a fucking bronze player, you don't have a 50% chance to win. You might think you have a chance to win, but you really don't. I'm not saying you can't win. Just saying it's not a 50% chance. I do need to clear out some of these because I have the now we need to clear 4 more of those. Because I don't give a shit about them right now. I'm pretty sure the only thing they're used for is the essence crafting. Like the essence table. And I can farm them as much as I want, whenever I want. I don't need to stockpile them right now since I'm not really using them. It's gonna waste a lot of inventory space that I don't have. Yeah, are you talking about the essence stuff? I need not this. This. This bright stuff, the purified whatever, and like a faded. I need these for jewel crafting, I'm assuming. Right? Yeah. I've been crafting this stuff via the other materials. Via these things. The luck essences. Because the other, like, the rip stuff just takes up so much fucking inventory space. I just haven't been holding on to it. It's been a pain. It's just been annoying. Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna need like a ridiculous amount. I don't have a problem with that. It's just about sitting down and actually farming it. Because like I said, when I need, like when I do sit down to farm it, like I can farm treasure chests to pick stuff up. I can farm rifts to pick it up. I can farm it from my dungeons, which I haven't been doing. Like, and it's not like I'm gonna get a lot of them at one time, and it's not gonna like gonna take me forever to get enough that I need. But like the thing is, like Thor, like you keep You keep bashing me with this, like, why don't you pick up this? Why don't you pick up that? Why don't you hold on to this? Why don't you hold on to that? You're like, you need millions of it. You need millions of it. But that's the thing. No matter what profession I do, I need trillions of everything. And there's not enough storage in the game to hold trillions of everything. If I haven't started working on it and I'm not putting any effort into it, I'm not going to just stockpile trillions of a material until I get around to it. Yes, it would save me time and effort when I get to it, but it would cause more problems than it would solve by the time I get around to doing it. The fact that like I'm only at like level 50 on most of these, I haven't even pushed to 100. My goal right now is to get to 75 mining to unlock mithril. Once I have 75 mining, I'm gonna pick one of these crafting professions and just start working on it. Right. So I'm probably gonna pick carpentry first because I want to get to metal chests, and if they eventually give us the large chests from there. So I'm gonna start with carpentry. And I'm gonna push this. I'm probably gonna push them all to 50 first. Because 50 is relatively easy to do, and pushing past 50 does take a lot of effort. But I'll probably push everything to 50 first. So I'll probably do 50 of all of these, and then backtrack and probably do all of them to like 75, and then all of them to 100. But my goal is then to just focus on these. I'm not going to focus on level 100 gathering. I'm not going to focus on level 100 processing, because both of those will come while I'm doing the crafting ones. So that's kind of like where my goal is. It's not stockpile everything. It's not stockpile trillions of materials. It's hard target focus farm what I need for what profession I'm working on at the time. And if I get byproducts that I can use for other ones, I'll hold on to them. But I don't currently have the space to deal with the rift stuff, right? Because you need the flags, you need the stones, you need all sorts of those materials, and that's like 8 things of inventory space, if not more, like that I have to hold on to. And if I have 1,000, that's another stash tab that I have to hold on to as on top of that. So if I'm holding on to hundreds of thousands of these materials, that's more than one full bank worth of materials, let alone chests. It's just, that's what gets it so frustrating, is I need so many of them, and there's such a limiting amount of factors of how many things I can stack per stack and how many stacks I can actually have, because there's limiting factors of how many, bank spaces there are, how many character inventory slots there are. Yeah, I can have almost endless, infinite amount of chests in theory, not infinite, but you know what I mean, shit tons, thousands. But that's even more annoying. Yeah, so jewel crafting I've heard is absolutely dreadful. I guess right now there's a lot of people focusing on jewel crafting, and the jewel crafting materials have like skyrocketed in price. I also heard that recently the hemp seeds, they went from being like 1K to being like 50K. Like they like juiced in price out of nowhere, like 25K. Like these things like jacked up in price. The prices in this game are so volatile, it's absolutely insane. Um, but yeah, like I said, I'm not really that worried about not min-maxing every single possible item I could possibly get and holding on to everything, because like I said, I don't have enough space to deal with it. And yeah, when I actually get to doing the professions themselves, if I run across materials I know I need, then sure, whatever, right? I'll toss them into the thing, and I'll process them right then and there, and I won't hold on to them all that much. That's what I've been doing with like my wool and my hemp and stuff, all my excess hemp and wool. I've just been processing it into thread and then turning that into fabric. So it's not taking up all that much space. But I'm still at least using it, right? Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like people are hella juicing into jewel crafting right now, supposedly, according to some of the other streamers I've watched. And they're talking about how like the prices of that stuff is just like going crazy right now, because people are just buying mass amounts of stuff for jewel crafting. Well, at least this group actually was chill and decided to tie, so we all get a win. Oh, that's why. Damn, if I didn't jump down here, I could have won. Well, that sucks. Hopefully he didn't see me. He's probably, yeah, the blue guy. He's probably the guy that tried to win it last time. I didn't realize this was kill confirmed. So, since there was nobody to fight, because the other two, me and the other guy were AFK, he had no one to kill. Oh, please don't see me. Please don't see me. Just stay over there. I shouldn't have jumped down. I thought it was like a capture thing where the guy was going to wait till like the very last second and just take 1 point and win. I didn't realize it was a kill one. But yeah, Thor, it's the leveling of the professions in this game is actually just fucking awful. It's like I said, it's almost as bad as RuneScape's leveling, but at least RuneScape's leveling is relatively easy because you just sit there and just like semi AFK farm the materials and then turn around and craft them into something. This is like full active, full running around like a madman, spam crap, like, you know, gathering trillions and trillions of resources just to get a couple of fucking levels. Like, at least in RuneScape, you're kind of chilling in one spot and you're gathering lots of resources and you can bank it, and very relatively easy to gather the resources. It's just time consuming. This one's, it's easy, but it's 10 times more time consuming because you have to run around and you have to find the items, you have to find the materials, you have to find the grind spots. And the grind spots aren't very linear and simplistic. It's just, it's too much, man. It's way too fucking much. And one of the things that I hate the most about this game when it comes to leveling its professions is higher level materials don't give you more experience. It's really stupid. Like, something I noticed about doing land caravans is you don't get more experience for the amount of goods that you trade. You only get XP for actually going from one city to the other with a minimum of one item. Anything over that one item is, at least from what I've noticed, when I went from 6 or like 5 materials, now I do 7, I get the same amount of XP that I had when I was doing 5, right? The XP didn't change from how many I was getting before and after or whatever. The XP is 100% the same every single time. And that's really stupid. Okay. So I guess a tie doesn't work. That's annoying. But I guess I'm not getting my PvP one done since that one guy is here. I'd have to fight him for it. Anyway, um, but yeah, like, and doing a long trek versus a short trek doesn't change your EXP either. So caravans EXP rates are so bad because nothing changes the EXP rate. The EXP rate is consistent no matter how many goods you trade and how far you trade. Everything, nothing changes the value. It's really fucking stupid. And then when it comes to like hunting and mining and harvesting and everything like that, everything gives the same amount of XP. No matter what level the item is or anything or how many you get. Like, unless you get a double proc or something, it's the same amount of XP. It's not the amount of items you get. It just matters, did you get a double proc or not? And it's just like the EXP rates just don't make sense. It's like, how does a level 1 material give the same amount of XP that a level 75 material gives? Like, that just mathematically just doesn't make sense. And this fucking bank, dude. This bank is so bad. Like, holy fuck. Your bank is fucking dog shit. Fix your goddamn bank. Anyway, that covers all of our tokens for the day. Now we just head down here, I guess? I don't know. I guess we just head down here. Just need to work on, what was it? 4 more rifts. I mean, I'll keep joining the arena battles, I guess. Just in case I can actually win one finally. But it's gonna mostly be about just playing the 8 hours, feeding my pet, and doing the 5 rifts. Let's put these away. Let's smelt these down. Don't know what to do with the damn feathers still. Put them in here. I'll put these away. Alright, let's put all our stuff away. Why did I walk over to this one? Oh yeah. Um, that. We're getting close to being able to do silk. Oh, 45. We're getting pretty close. Okay. Then burn all that down. Time to farm. Still working on our 75 mining. That's really all I care about right now. We need another sickle, and we can do that tomorrow probably. Alright, let's get started. Wait, we have one more thing to do. We need to get rid of our animales. Might have to farm animals today. Alright, sounds good, Thor. Appreciate it, man. Talk to you later. Oh. Getting lots of beef. 20, 27, another 12, another 9. Oh, that was only 4. That was a small one. 7, 7. We get 4 pork. 6, 9. That was a big one. 18 is double proc. Let's go. 9, 4, 5. Okay. 12. Pretty good one. Yeah, because in theory I could have fed them and then slaughtered them, but that's just so many extra steps having to go through and actually feed each and one of these animals. Rather just murder them, start over. Ideally, though, feeding them to get more materials for cooking would have been a good idea, but that's a lot of work. Bro, click this fucking. Shoot. Whatever. Notification popped up and blocked my mouse cursor. That was great. Love it. Because why would notifications block what I'm trying to fucking do on the screen? Hey, look, why can't I click this fucking goat? What the fuck? Turn my camera a slight different angle and I can click on it then. Doesn't make any fucking sense. The system is just so bad. Like I get the idea of the system, like the spirit of the system, where they want you to feel like you're actually doing the farming, you're actually doing the placement, you feel the freedom to do and whatever you want to do, and you have to check on them and investigate them or whatever. Like I get that, but just from a gaming standpoint, it just feels bad. It'd be different if it was VR, right? If you were VR and you actually walked right up to the mob or the NPC and you touched it, and, you had to like investigate it that way. Like, okay, that could make a little bit more sense. But in a game where like you're using a mouse to click on things, you know what I mean? It just feels terrible. Like interacting with a mouse to check stats of things completely breaks the whole immersion of the RPG aspect, the role playing aspect. So it's just like at that point, if you're already breaking the immersion, then let's just completely fuck the immersion and just simplify the whole situation. Like instead of us like manually farming like we are right now, why don't we just talk to an NPC that houses them for us and they do the work so we don't see it. It simplifies the whole work, but yet it's still kind of, part of like you feeling like you're in charge of it. That's where the worker system comes into place, right? You hire a worker to do the work for you so you don't have to actually manually tinker with the animals like by feeding them and checking them and killing them. You just tell them, hey, kill all, slaughter all, give me all, kind of thing. Like simplifies the whole process so you don't have to do all the tinkering. All right, that's taken care of. Now let's place down our animales. And not nearly as many as I normally have. Or as I have been getting. But I just didn't feel like farming anymore, honestly. Yeah, not nearly as many as we had last couple times, but it's not a big deal. We'll just go and farm more today. Perfectly acceptable. Farm some animals, we'll farm some iron. That'll just be an easy day. Alright. Let's buy a stack of those. And another 100 of these. Then we're gonna put on the mining pet. I want light. I'm gonna do that. Alright, so he's full. Full. Um full and alright. We're good. Alright. Time to go and catch animales. Dad joke. What did the grave say when I got stepped on? No, I think I just let out a little. I think you've said that one to me before, or I've heard it a handful of times. But yeah, that's pretty good. I like that one. It made me laugh the other day. Maybe Topher told me that one the other day, but it was pretty funny. I know I've heard it a handful of times, but it's always funny. Just let out a little whine. So dumb. I'm just gonna start clicking claim all on those and then scrapping the armors. Cows moved. Sheep moved. Pigs. Cow. Anything else? Yeah, it's like these things just take up like level 20 ribs, level 30 ones, level 40 ones. Like they just take up so much space. So many treasure chests right here. Jesus Christ. There's so many treasure chests in like one spot. Like, what the hell? Oh, fucking God. So that. Go away. Holy fuck. I didn't realize I was ended up with that many of them in such a short period of time. Alright. We need a couple more animals to fill up down here. We have these three to fill up, and then the rest is just mineralistic shit. I was just gonna click claim all, but that shit got tedious real fast having to go in and get rid of this shit every single time. I don't mind getting rid of it, it's just kind of tedious having to skim through the items to figure out which ones are trash and which ones aren't. Let's go scare the horsey and then pick up the boar. We got some boar to grab too. Yeah, we're getting there on the mining though. Just started on 64. Got to 75. That is our end goal. Looks like they just reset. Means everything I did beforehand is clear again. Yeah. That was stupid. Right on the fucking edge, dude. Hate that shit. At least if it's like a smidgen away from the edge, you can like take advantage of it. Like it actually works. You can hit the bounce and stuff. Oh. There's the cow. We've seen a couple more chickens. We'll have our inventory sorted. Hmm. Interesting, I'm still only getting 60 gear though. Feel like I'm 72. I should be getting a 75 gear, I thought. Probably don't need a whole ton of freaking repair kits unless I'm doing a lot of PvP, honestly. You'll probably start picking those up. Seems like kind of like a little bit of a waste. Hmm. Yeah, I might just trash them. Like, no point in me holding on to them all. They're just heavy. Get rid of those, not a big deal. Okay. Making some progress. Gosh, bless it, man. Honestly, fucking hate taming the chickens. So hard to tell which direction they're facing most of the time. Takes like a hot minute for me to like determine it. Like almost not worth my damn time. So many animals to deal with. It just kind of sucks that I have to actually clear the treasure chest, the horses, the beehives, and all the other stuff, because then I won't get very many. Ugh. Yeah, I'm putting most of my effort in just getting my animals captured first, not so much the ores. Yo, uh, E1, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, he's facing the wrong way. That's what I hate about the chickens, bro. I can never tell which direction they're facing. Not at a glance at them. I have to like really fucking stare at them. Takes me like a hot minute to like determine which direction they're facing. Like facing towards me. So annoying. But how's it going? Like I said, appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And yeah, appreciate the support for the follow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you want to share something, feel free to share it. Like, yeah, appreciate you coming and hanging out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We just gathering some animals, so when the current ones we have die out, we have more to replace. And then we're working on our mining a bit too. Trying to get to 75 mining so we can do the mithril. We stop giving up those tokens every day. But the main focus right now is just maxing out our not maxing, but like getting using up all our lassos basically to get as many animals pre-caught for Monday,
Like a cup of water?
basically.
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, mate, thanks for hydrate. So once we use up all these lassos, we'll go back to actual mining. We're currently 64. Got a ways to go. 11 more levels. It's gonna be a hot minute. And like in theory, I should be picking up the iron one I'm running through as well, but it kind of just splitting my focus between two different things kind of is a little annoying, but I should be doing it since there's so much time between farming ores anyway. You always run around looking for them. So since my downtime is spent grabbing the animals, it's more efficient doing it at the same time. It just throws off like my thing because I'm like, oh, I gotta get this iron, but then I gotta remember where I left off with the animals, and just like kind of throws a wrench into the plan. Get rid of all these treasure chests, bro. Oh, at some point I do need to start hitting these. I want to call them party rooms for some reason, but the puzzle rooms. So we've been stockpiling a bunch of the keys. Don't nearly have that many of them, but we have been stockpiling them for a little while. Yeah, like we don't have a whole lot, but we got two, three, you know, and then we got a bunch in the storage chest as well. So like they add up. Just hold on to them all, get a whole bunch of them, and run a bunch out at one time. I don't know if there's like a limit to how many I can hit per hour or something. Ugh. God, I'm getting tired already, man. Problem with having 5 hours of sleep and being up really early before stream. I got up at 7, so I was up for like 4 hours before I got on stream. Like 5 hours of sleep, so I'm just fucking dying right now. So tempted just to go take a damn nap. I've been struggling like so bad the last couple weeks. I've been just so tired. Like I would almost like say I'm ill at this point, like with how tired I have been. I feel like I have a parasite that's just like sucking all the energy out of my system. I feel fucking dreadful. Like physically I feel fine. I'm just tired. Like I'll sleep for like 10 hours and then I'm just tired in like a couple hours. And then I'll sleep like another like 10 hours and I'm still tired. Granted, I haven't actually slept for 10 hours yet. But like I sleep for like 3 hours here, I sleep for like, and I'm like up for like 5 hours, and I sleep for like another 5, 6 hours, and then I'm up for like another like 8 hours, and then I sleep for like another 5 hours, and I'm up for another 8 hours. And it's like, just keep just rotating. The other day I slept 7 hours, and then I did the stream, and then I went to bed early before work. So I went to bed at like 8. I woke up at 5. And I ended up taking a nap during work because I was still so fucking tired after those two back-to-back big sleeps. Still so fucking dreadfully tired. Oh, I'm fucking dying, man. Oh. Alright, so they did not reset. I don't know what the timer is on the reset. It's like a server reset, I'm pretty sure, for all the animals and stuff. I don't know what the timer is of that. I found out that the reset timer for uh ores and stuff, I don't know if it's trees as well, but I know that ores are 10 minutes. It takes 10 minutes for an ore to respawn. So when you AFK holding E on a rock, you get 6 harvests, or technically it's 18 because you get 3 per rock. 18 rock harvests per hour. Oh, so it's like RuneScape moving? I don't hate that. I don't mind click to move. Click to move isn't terrible. It just depends on what else requires you to click. And how, like, annoying the game is interacting with things with click to move. Because I tried War Spear, and War Spear's click to move, and it was fucking dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. But I wouldn't say the click to move was the dreadful part. I would say it was more like the UI and the lack of functionality in the game was more a hindrance than the actual click to move was. But the click to move did feel bad because some of the click to moves, like the I wouldn't say AI, but the movement pattern of what it follows when you click on a specific thing. You're like, all right, I want to go here. So you click, like, let's say you click here. Instead of it like, it'll go, oh, and then I got to where I'm going. Instead of just going straight over and then straight up, or going diagonal a couple times and then going straight over, instead of like taking the shortest path, they just go like they stutter and just do weird movement shit that you're just not expecting them to do, and just so stupid. Yeah, some games like they don't put question marks, they don't give you any indication. Like that was something I complained about in other games, is if you're gonna talk to an NPC and they're gonna give you a quest to do something, that person should give you some indication or indicator in some way, shape, or form of where you have to go to do the quest. I think it was Raven Dawn that I complained about it the most, and people were like, "Well, if they knew where the quest was, why wouldn't they just do it themselves? You have to figure it out." I was like, "All right, now you're trying to be a fucking five head. Like, if someone's gonna give you a quest, no one in their right mind's like, hey, I need this super ultra rare, just never seen before item that no one even knows what it looks like or what it's or how you pronounce it or where it comes from. Can you just go and find it for me somewhere?" Like, well, how do you even know it exists? How do you even know it's a fucking thing? How do you even know you need it? Right? Like, you can't be like, hey, I need you to kill this red dragon. Okay, well, where is it? Oh, I don't know. Well, that doesn't fucking help me. Why do you need me to kill it if you don't even know where it is? Right? Like, none of it makes any sense. If someone's gonna tell you that they need something, they're gonna have an idea of where it is. Right? If you have a fucking quest from a fucking the city leader or whatever, or a capital or a king or something, it's like, I need you to kill this green dragon in the mountains north of us. Like, okay, it's in the mountains north of you. Fucking makes sense. Cool. I got it. I'll go into the mountains north of us and I'll find a fucking dragon. Right? Don't be like, hey, our country needs a dragon head. Go find us a dragon. Huh? Where? I don't know. Go find one. I don't think they exist anymore. Go figure it out. Okay. And if that's the case, like, don't get me wrong, if you have a quest that the person that requires the item doesn't know where to get the item, that's fine. But at least point us in a direction of somebody that could give us the answer. So if you need an item, oh, I need to make this potion. Let's say you're a healer, right? And someone's sick and they need a specific herb to make a potion to make someone feel better. Well, if you don't know where that herb is, that's fine. But, you put up a question, like, hey, I need this herb, someone shows up, they're like, oh, you need this herb? Okay, cool. Do you have any other information for me? It's like, well, I heard so and so might have some knowledge on blah blah blah. They can be found in the apothecary store in town. Like, you know what I mean? Like, give me some sort of hint, some sort of pointer, some sort of direction, right? Point me at a person that could give me the information I'm looking for so I can actually do the fucking quest. Like, I remember there was a quest in Raven Dawn, and this is why I was pissed. It was something stupid along the lines of, hey, go find me this person with red hair. Huh? That was literally all the quest said. Says, I need you to find the imposter with red hair, or this person with red hair. I think they said like the person's name. It's like, I need you to find Tibby with red hair, or she has red hair, and that's literally all they told us. They didn't tell us where she'd be located. She didn't tell us like where she frequented. She didn't say like what town she could be located in. She didn't say what direction. Didn't say what kind of clothes she wore. Just said she had red hair. That is such a fucking vague ass quest. I was so annoyed. And like, I don't have a problem with there being vague quests, right? But a vague quest with some sort of direction is acceptable. A vague quest that you pick up in the starter town and you can't complete until you complete the entire game and you beat the last raid and you talk to the last NPC of the last city and the last zone after doing the last quest after the last raid, and then it's like, oh yeah, here's that one person you were looking for 25,000 years ago. It's like I had to go through the entire fucking game to complete the first quest of the game at that point. It's like, because you don't fucking know where the person is. Like, go suck a fucking dick, dude. Just like put a little bit of fucking effort into your questing system. Like you went the mile, you went the fucking the extra mile to put in the quest to make it somewhat cool to go find a person and make it somewhat vague. But god damn it, dude. Just give me like, hey, can you find this lady with red hair? She's been known to frequent this town. Like something like along those lines, to give us a fucking generalistic fucking clue of where to even start looking. Right? And then like you can add caveats to that, you know, like you're looking for a girl with red hair that frequents this town. So you go to that town and you find a girl with red hair in that town. And that person's like, oh no, my name's Kathy. You're looking for, you know, Titty McGee or whatever her fucking name is. And she's my doppelganger or whatever. And last time I saw her, she was heading west over the mountains. And, oh shit, now I gotta go head west over the mountains. And you run into another bitch with red hair. And she's like, oh no. I dyed my hair red from losing a bet to another redhead. Blah, blah, blah. You know, some like, you just fucking daisy chain this shit, dude. Doesn't gotta be fucking anything crazy. Just fucking have some fucking creativity. Don't just give me some generic ass thing and just be like, hey, let's roll the dice. Wherever the fucking NPC lands, it lands, and people gotta figure it out. And I mean, figuring things out in an RPG isn't a bad thing either. Like we talked about before, like Ragnarok Online back in the day, everything you had to figure everything out. You had to figure out where the quest items were, where the quest people were, where to turn the quest in. Like that's fine. And people make wikis, and you know, information gets shared, and it helps, and it's whatever. Hidden things like Raven Dawn had, where it's like hidden events and secret events and things like that, that's fine. People figure them out, people share them, you know, Bob's your uncle, it's whatever. But if it's an actual storyline fucking quest from an NPC, that shit should have some sort of generalistic, like, direction. Like, you're not gonna have a fish jump out of the water and be like, glub, 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 glub. And then you have no fucking idea what you gotta do, and you just start throwing stuff at him, hoping you eventually he eats it and gives you a fucking, I don't know, a pearl. I don't fucking know. Like, that's not how quests work. You're not just gonna walk up to a fucking... like, if you're an adventurer in a video game, or, you know, in a world, and you're part of the Adventurers Guild, and the guild puts up a fucking quest, they're not gonna put up a blank piece of paper and be like, hey, you gonna accept that quest? Well, what do I gotta do? I don't know. But it's a quest. It pays 1 gold if you complete it. Well, how do I complete it if I don't know what I need to do? Well, I don't know. That's a you problem. Like, you're not gonna do that. Like, it's always gonna be, hey, go kill these goblins in this town, you know, outside this town. Go and find us, you know, this flower in this forest. Like, they give you the fucking clues. They give you the fucking direction. They don't just fucking drop you into a fucking middle of the fucking ocean with a blindfold and fucking weighted waders on your fucking feet and say, hey, learn to fucking swim with your fucking hands tied behind your back. Oh, and while you're at it, while you're trying to figure out how to swim, make sure you fucking kill the Kraken. Well, where's the Kraken? I don't fucking know. He's somewhere in this ocean. Well, at least you gave me an idea. He's in the ocean. For all I fucking know, he could have been on a goddamn mountain. Like, Jesus Christ. It's almost like Shangri-La Frontier, Topher. Like, I like that that anime. But it's like, people don't know how to trigger, like, the unique events right? Because like not a lot of people have figured them out, and people hold them like close to the vest if they do figure it out or whatever. So like trying to like figure out how to spawn like the like Weathermon the Tomb Guard. Only like one group knew how to do it, right? And then like trying to figure out how to like you know, figure out where Lycagon will spawn and stuff so they could fight him. Like that kind of stuff is like so fucking random with no indicator or no like generalistic idea or clues or whatever. You just gotta figure that shit out. Like some of that stuff's cool to have, but it's not part of the actual storyline, the main story quest line of the game. Like it's just, if you have a main storyline and you have side quests and you have things that are obtained via NPCs that are supposed to have dialogue to give you and give you direction and point you towards things that aren't hidden secret events, they should point you in the correct goddamn direction. Fucking annoying as shit, dude. You stop. What? You playing some fucking One Piece thing? The fuck? You playing One Piece? You know, low key, Topher, I did add it to my library, but I was contemplating playing the Seven Deadly Sins Origin game that they released recently. Don't know if it'll be any good, obviously, but I think it's a gotcha game. Or I think it has got you, like tendencies or something. I think it's kind of meh reviews wise as well. Alright, I think it finally reset. I'm now seeing like a whole bunch of like wild boars and horses and shit like that. Cause I was just right here. And there was no animals. What is this fucking goat facing, dude? Wait, over. Have you looked at the Seven Deadly Sins thing? It's this right here. I like Seven Deadly Sins. But it supposedly takes place like, from my understanding, you're playing the main story questline character is the child of Meliodas and the one chick, and it takes place after all of that. But like you could unlock like the S tier characters and you know all the different characters in the game and stuff. You can get a bunch of different types of characters and they're both different. They all have different ratings and stuff. So like I said, it's got like a gotcha system and it's single player online co-op. Um, just don't know much about it. Just I like playing games from universes of animes that I like. So like Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super. Like playing games in that genre, I'm always interested in, but none of them are any good. Like, I feel like I've never played a good MMO version of an anime, right? Like Sword Art Online would be a fantastic MMO to play if they could actually get a good one. Um, Bleach would be fantastic. fucking like just those animes that I just truly like, if they actually made a good MMO of them, I would probably play the fuck out of it. I just like those universes. Like even like Black Clover universe would be fun to play in, right? Like those are like the go-tos that I would like 100% play a game if they had a good MMO for it. Like I'm not gonna play a single player version of it. I don't want to play the game by myself. I want to make a character. I don't want to like copy and paste a character from the arc, right? I don't want to like play Bleach and then play Ichigo, right? But like I would like to make a character in that universe and be able to take advantage of like picking building like my character, like building what my sword would be like and my abilities and kind of hodgepodging a build together, like taking like attacks from other characters from the you know what I mean, and like building my own character, making him look the way I want him to look, and then playing against those people as bosses, more or less, using the actual characters from the anime as bosses. Things like that would be kind of cool. Playing through the arc, playing through the actual universe, and like obviously expanding upon it and divvying, branching off from what the actual anime does. So it's not like copy and paste, obviously. So in my mind, it would be kind of like what Lord of the Rings Online did. How they like took the game and they took the universe, they took the map, and they took all like the characters and everything and put them into the game, but then they like kind of tweaked it to where it's like you're kind of playing it yourself as your own character, not as one of them. And I feel like Lord of the Rings Online was the first one to actually do what I'm saying in like a decent way. Even though it took them 20 years to actually get it to a good spot. No, I'm just so annoyed because there's so many good animes with good like universes and good like storylines that could easily be a video game. But between like the rights to actually make it and create it and whatever, and then like actually getting enough backing and money and monetary value and artists and creators on board to actually make a good game and not try and be like a huge money grab, but actually make a good game that can make you money. Like games themselves are already hard enough just to make one that's good. That's not like just a straight up money grab, let alone like trying to do it right by, the anime scene's, critics. Because like if you try to make a game via an anime, right, you have to deal with all the criticisms and everything from the people or from the anime scene. Oh, this is nothing like the anime. This is dog shit. Blah blah blah. We don't like it. Da 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 da. Just they're bitching and bitching and bitching. And then video game people, they're like, "Oh, this is a cool video game, but it's pay to win or this or that." You never fucking win. So I've been struggling to like stay interested in video games for a while. 231 green stacks. You know, I kind of like the idea of the new permanent green stack thing, but it's not retroactive, is it? Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was saying. Is like I have yet to come across an actual anime game that, oh, at least an MMO version of an anime game that has actually been good. I've played a few that were okay. They weren't terrible, but I lost interest after a very short period of time. And it's not that it was bad, it just got bored, right? And a lot of them are gotcha systems, which is one of the problems why I don't play them for very long. Because most of them are a gotcha system. Because the thing is like when people play an anime game, they want to obtain the characters that they love from the anime, right? So in order to do that, you have like most of the time 90% of the time they make it a gotcha system, so you swipe your credit card or you get free pulls per week to try and pull these characters that you love from the anime to, you know, keep people like happy and interested. Like, oh look, I just got, you know, fucking hollow fucking Ichigo or whatever, or I got fucking Bankai this, or you know what I mean? Like people get super happy and stoked that they finally got like one of their favorite characters, and it kind of like makes them want to keep playing the game or whatever, or keep spending money. And then other people that don't like spending money, like they don't like gacha games, they're not gonna want to play your game. They're gonna think your game's boring and a money grab, and it's just gonna ruin it. It's gonna put a bad taste in their mouth. And that's like kind of like me. It's like I don't mind playing gacha games, but they don't really hold water for me. It's not retroactive. I didn't think so. That kind of sucks. Because I'm worried about my red salt. I have so much red salt in my storage box that if I claim it, it's gonna be way over the actual atom limit, and it's gonna consume a lot of it. And then I'm gonna have to restockpile it just to get the one green stack, like a perma green stack from it. So I'm kind of stuck. I don't really know if I want to get the green stack or not. I mean, I might as well at this point because I have so much of the red salt that I can just easily get more of it. But yeah, if there was like one Sword Art game that was MMO that came out not that long ago that looked really cool, but it fell super hard. Like it fell flat real fast. Um, and it just I don't know. It's such an expensive fun game, and it's funny they put it on sale all the time. But what's funny about their on sale price is they put the deluxe price on sale, not the actual game. So the deluxe price actually becomes cheaper than the actual game. So you can buy the deluxe pack for like $50 and the base game is like $60. It's like, but you get the base game with the deluxe. So it's like, okay, at that point you're better off just buying the deluxe pack because it's $10 cheaper and you get the base game plus extra materials. It's like their way of trying to like push like make people want to like just buy like the extra package. Like, oh look, you get this extra stuff for just $10 less than the base game. It's like that's a good deal in theory, but the game is still kind of dog shit. Like, put the actual game 50% off and see if people buy your game. Like, your game is 60 fucking dollars, and that's another thing about like anime games. Whenever they make like a big anime game, it's either free with a gacha and a huge pay to win, or it's got a huge box price, like a massive box price. And then a lot of times, even with a massive box price, they have like a lot of still pay to win stuff in there. I don't know. Just been kind of jaded by a lot of the anime games, but that's the only game I could think of that would like truly like hold my interest. Is like something that's based in a universe that I like. And most things that I like and I watch a lot is anime. Like I like Lord of the Rings, right? Lord of the Rings is cool, and Lord of the Rings Online is really cool. I like it. I like it a lot. But it just gets boring after a while, you know, playing the same game over and over again without like some in-game looped grind that I like. And there wasn't anything in Lord of the Rings that had like I never got to the end game. I never got to the loop, but I never came across anything in that game that had like a really cool like in-game loop viability to it. Like that's kind of like where I've gotten with my gaming lately is like most games don't have in-game viability for me. 99.9% of all of my playtime in my games is just getting to the end game and then realizing, all right, I'm bored now, and then moving on to the next game. Because nothing has something that I want to sit there and grind every day, all day. I don't look forward to logging in and be like, all right, guys, got another 10-hour session of grinding X. Well, that's the same thing we did for the last 365 days. Let's do it again. Like, I have not run into a game that has had that for me. ESO's on my list over. Remember I talked about it. ESO's on my list of games to try. So is Albion, Final Fantasy 14. It's just, I just honestly sitting here talking about it, I can't think of any reason to play a game for long periods of time. Right? At least with FPS games, yes, I'm playing the same exact thing every single day, same maps, same play style, same everything. But it's always different because I'm always playing against different players, or, one round goes one way versus the last time it went a different way. Like, there's always differences in every single playthrough. But like when I'm playing an MMO, man, it's like I do the same exact rotation, the same exact method, the same exact crafting recipes. Like, it's just so consistent, which I like consistency, don't get me wrong. I do. But it's like I can almost close my eyes and rinse and repeat what I'm doing every day, all day, same exact thing. And there's no reason behind it. Right? Like, me farming millions of iron and in New World to level up my professions had no real reason to it, right? What was the reason for it? Oh, so I can craft an item that I don't even need, right? Like, that's the thing. It's like the grind doesn't make sense. The in-game loop grind doesn't make any sense. There's nothing at the end game to grind that really makes any sense. Now, I can understand if you're grinding for, say, rare pets, or if you're grinding for rare mounts, or cosmetic skins, or treasure items that are rare. So BDO having those treasure items, that makes sense. Spending the time to grind for infinite HP potion, or MP potion, or stamina potion, or maybe grinding for the materials to craft yourself a boat that you cannot purchase but you have to craft. That makes sense. It's like that kind of stuff. I can understand those grinds. And then once you obtain the item, then you're grinding for like something else to do the upgrades for it. Like, those are the types of grinds that I'm cool about. But like logging in just to do PvP, like just logging in to just do Alterac valleys and in World of Warcraft, just to spam 50 Alterac valleys a day just doesn't make sense. Like, what's the point? Why do I need to sit here? Why am I just farming Alterac valleys every day? You know what I'm saying? Like, the end game loop needs to have some real goal, not just fluff. Hey, go kill people in Alterac Valley and farm honor points so you can, possibly get a new title. If you get enough honor in a month, maybe you'll get the Grand Warlord title or some shit, right? Like, interesting. That doesn't sound very useful. But if it's like, hey, farm Alterac Valley, and when you kill people in Alterac Valley, you can get these little drops, and you can convert those drops into this item, and that item can then be used to craft this item, and that item can be, you know what I mean? Like, daisy chain that shit. Give me a reason to want to do the content. Don't just do the content to do the content. Like, literally just putting content in the game for people just to do the content for no real reason other than doing the content just sounds very boring. I need to have a reason to want to do the content. It's like what we were talking about before. Is like I feel like a lot of games could benefit from adding rare drops to dungeons, right? Rare crafting drops in dungeons, right? Because the at a certain point, most people just stop running dungeons because there's no reason to run dungeons, right? They don't need the items from it. There's nothing that drops in there that's really useful for them or whatever. But if completing a dungeon could net you a craftable material that is used for a consumable item that can be used in, say, a raid or some sort of PvP event or something to boost you like a smidgen stronger as a temporary boost, something like that makes sense. Because then it gives you a reason. Okay, these are untradeable items, and in order to obtain them, I have to run dungeons. And then you start running dungeons, and you have reasons to run dungeons. This infinitely increases the replayability of dungeons for high level players that are trying to min max their characters in certain events, right? Oh, interesting. How could he just give it to me? Does he have more than one copy somehow? Or are you being scummy and you're changing some like files and stuff? But anyway, I don't know. I've been ranting about it for a while, but I mean, we've talked about it lots of other times. It's just gaming has just gotten so stale lately. As I've gotten older, I've been like, I daisy chain from game to game because I can't find a game that can hold my interest. And the reason I can't hold my interest is because like there's nothing at the end of the game that holds my interest of enjoyment, right? Yeah, leveling up professions is cool. Getting to max level professions is cool, but sometimes getting to max level professions means nothing because you get no additive bonus or any increasement or any unlocks once you hit the max level. So what's the point of even maxing the level of the profession at that point? And then the ones that do give you those little oomphs at the very end, most of the time that oomph is like nothing. Or it's like the umph it gives you the potential of being able to craft like a max, like a best in slot item or something, but you could farm the same exact item from doing something else. So it's like it's not required, it's just an alternative route. So at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, which route's more fun? Okay, do one route or the other, but which one's faster, which one's more efficient? Like I could easily get those items by buying it from another player or just farming it myself from doing dungeons instead of spending 10 times the amount of time doing my professions. So then the profession is kind of useless at that point unless you're trying to make money. Unless you're trying to like craft items to then sell to other players, then there's no point even doing the profession because then the profession doesn't give you something that you can only get from the profession, right? And then on top of that, like what would be the point of even making the money? Because unless there's like certain money sinks in the game that are required mass amounts of money, there's no reason to like make tons of money by selling items and materials to other players. Like I don't know, man. I feel like games are just lacking something. There's like this one just pivotal point in every single game that I have run into that just it's lacking. It's lacking this core element that kind of holds it from being an amazing, infinitely looped game. It's always lacking something. Like no matter how good the game is, no matter how much potential the game is, no matter how fun the game is, at a certain point of doing the same thing day in, day out, 365 days a year for 10 years straight, at some point you're gonna just be like, I need something else to do. I'm not getting, you get nothing out of what you're doing. Like, why am I still doing this? And I think it works for young kids. Like people in like their like mid to low, like mid 20s and younger, they don't have a problem mindlessly grinding the same thing every day, all day with no like increasements, with no, with no rewards coming from it. They're like, oh yeah, I just killed 10,000 people today. That was a great day. Okay, you just killed 10,000 people and got nothing for it. Well, that doesn't sound like very useful time. Just run caravans, Edge. Run caravans. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Caravans will spend a lot of time. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I was like, but if you're like an average, normal fucking adult and you're playing video games, you're playing for enjoyment. You're playing for a reason. You're logging in to have fun. You're logging in to spend time, to get increasements, to get gains, to acquire new things, and to have fun with your friends. And maybe if you're a PvP fan, maybe go and do some PvP or whatever. Um, but most of that time doesn't involve you just like random queuing into 5v5 arenas and just PvPing against people for 10 hours a day. To get no items, no rewards, no craftables, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? Well, like if you wanted to literally log on to literally do nothing or to gain in nothing, there's so many other games you could do that on. There's so many games you can do that on. Like you can literally just go play Pac-Man, go play Tetris. Oh, Ronan, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Why can't I click on this damn chicken? Ugh, and I failed it anyway. Pac-Man, go play Pac-Man. Yeah, let's go. Silk Road Online, baby. I don't know. I'm in one of my ranty moods right now. I'm so tired of just day in and day out. No matter what game I play, it's the same story. You run around for over 100 to 200 hours, maybe even more, farming ores to then take those ores and smelt them into bars to then turn around and make weapons and armors with them to get yourself somewhat mediocrely decent gear just to get you into like some dungeons to then farm the dungeons to then get into the raids to then get into the raid gear to literally sit there and be like, all right, my character's maxed out, let's go play another game. Because at the end of the day, like once you have the raid gear, what are you going to do with it? What content comes after getting best in slot raid gear? PvP. That's the only thing that comes next. And most of the time, depending on the game, raid gear doesn't translate into PvP gear. Any tips for a noob? It depends on what you want to do, Ronan. Are you interested in PvPing? Are you interested in PvE? That will narrow down quite a lot of where we're gonna focus our conversations on. Guild Wars 3, let's go. And yeah, I heard about Aeon 2 announcement. I saw a little bit of that. It's super pay to win, and there's no way in hell I'm playing it. I never even got into Aeon 1. I have the CD and everything in my basement. Never actually really played it. But Aeon 2 is supposedly heavily pay to win. Alright, so if you're mainly focused on PvP, I would say your main focus should be leveling your character to 100 as fast as possible. The reason for this is because you basically can't PvP until you're level 100 for multiple reasons, but if you're not level 100 with level 100 gear, you're basically not even going to be able to touch the people that are level 100. So focusing on getting to level 100 as fast as possible is your goal. Now there's multiple ways to go about doing this. The generalistic idea is you want to get into party farms via party finder, right? So you want to find some EXP party farms that people will actually invite you to or accept you or make your own. Um, what I would recommend is there are a few places that people like. I don't know what the metas are right now of like best EXP locations or whatever, but the, the thing you need to focus on when it comes to leveling is uh EXP bonus like stacking, right? So right now we have a 50% EXP boost awarded to us, but you can take advantage of a lot of other things. So if you're playing on a PvP server, which is channel 4, you get extra XP, but you can get ganked and get killed. It's not really worth the extra XP in my personal opinion, but I digress. We won't talk about that. That's just min-maxing at its fullest, right? Now, your house altar, the blue one, and a clan altar both give you extra XP if you're inside of a 5,000 radius of that of it, right? So what you typically will do is you will find a place that you're going to farm XP and you will place your personal near it. And if you join a clan, make sure that the clan altar is also near it for extra XP. Sometimes it won't be. So what you could do is make your own clan temporarily just to get extra XP boost. Put both the altars next to wherever you're farming within 5,000 meters. FYI, 5,000 meters is really far away. I'm way down here, and my altar's up here, and I'm 4,000 meters from it, right? So if you think about that, like 5,000 is probably like all the way over to here. So it's pretty large. It takes up almost the whole desert for me. Just having it right here. If you put it in a red zone, you'll get extra XP. But red zones are PvP based, so people can um, kill and take over or delete your houses that are there. But it can give you extra XP while it's temporarily placed there. I think it can be like as low as level 1. I don't know. I don't know the act. Just press U while you're in the game, and then you just build the altar on one of the circles. So you'll start over here, and then you can put your altar in any one of these blue circles, which will give you 5,000 radius, or this circle, or over here at this circle, or whatever. Really simple. It's really it's cheap and it's easy. A clan will take you a little while longer because I think it's 12 million coins, and 12 million coins is really easy to obtain just by doing the quest line. Um, but like I said, if you want to join a clan, that's easy. Just try and post chat. Someone will probably invite you. Or like I said, just make your own and then take advantage of both altars for leveling purposes until you get a higher level. Then join a high tier guild and you just disband your guild. It's not a big deal. 12 mil is nothing, so don't worry about it. It isn't it 50 edge? It was 50 last I played. 50 was the finishing level you needed to finish the quest, unless they changed it. Unless they added to it and changed it. But yeah, so yeah. So obviously goal number 1, finish the story quest. Right. Story quest is level 50, and what I would definitely say is test out all your weapons in the beginning to figure out which weapons you like, because once you do the 50 quest line, you're going to end up with the option of choosing one legendary weapon that's going to carry you, right? Till you hit 60 to get your next piece of gear. And then same thing with your armors. So you want to pick the corresponding armor to the corresponding weapon you're using. So if you're using like melee, you probably want light armor unless you're going tank. Then you want heavy armor. And then if you want to play some sort of staff or ranged, you're probably going to want to go sorry, if you're going magic base, like staves or whatever, you're going to want to definitely go robes. But if you're going like bow or crossbow or something like that, then you're probably going to want light armor as well. So you got to figure out which weapon you like before you get to 50. So you don't pick the wrong weapon and or armor. I mean, if you pick the wrong one, it's not a big deal. You can just buy it from other players. It's really not the end of the world, but every weapon is pretty good depending on what you're using it for. So, I was watching a little bit of Clan Wars the other day on another guy's stream. He was like shoutcasting some wars. From my understanding, the spear, I think it's red spear. Um, it's good for what you use it for. So, like I said, every weapon has their niche, right? So, for example, the red spear is mostly there for basically making tanks not tanks anymore. It rips off a ridiculous amount of armor and makes them basically wet paper towels. So, the red spear is used to basically make people turn into, smushed meat. So then themselves aren't really doing a lot of the. I mean, they do a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong, but they're mostly there to debuff the mobs or the players in PvP, so that the other players can do more damage to basically one shot them or like kill them like really quickly, right? But then there's other builds like the mace, for example. The two-handed mace is mostly there for a lot of CC and crowd controlling and like um line of sight blocking and things like that. Because what happens with the mace, I don't remember which side it is. I want to say it's Demolisher. I want to say it's Wrecker. Sorry, this side. They have skills like Stone Arena. It puts up this like this circle around the guy, like around you, and people can't get out of it, and people can't get into it. Right. So basically, whoever's in the circle is stuck in the circle fighting. So it's a way that you can capture, like if you're let's say you have a 20 on 20 and your team is pushing in hard and you're trying to single out the front line from the healers and stuff like that, you could drop this wall down and you can single everybody out, try and nuke them all down, and then push in. And they have like a stone wall, which is another thing. If people are trying to flee from you, you can put up a wall that prevents them from fleeing. Like I said, it's a lot of CC, it's a lot of crowd control, it's a lot of like kind of manipulations of like line of sights and things like that. So every weapon has their niche. So it just depends on what you're shooting for, what you're looking for, what's your play style, what you like. Like if you like a spear, you like a spear. If you like a ranged, a bow, you like a bow. So just pick what you like aesthetically, and you'll eventually find a play style that'll work for you. Um, so I'm biased. I'm hella biased when it comes to the weapons because I'm very, very, very lazy and once again super free to play. So with that in mind, there's a lot of weapons that I refuse to play because to have sustain on some weapons, you need to have auto potions. And auto potions are a monthly buff. You just chop trees for EXP and so really? That's all you do? Why? There's so many other ways to go about it. Give me a second, Ewan. All right. So I'll just quickly talk about this for the weapons purposes. Okay. So obviously, Sword and Shield is the only tank in the game, right? Only true tank in the game. It's the only way you get tanky, but there is no self-sustain and healing on the sword and shield. The only thing you get is abilities that give you shields, and it's not consistent, right? Um, there's ways to, in theory, probably get like if you were to go this route where you get more stuns when you reach a certain amount of stacks and blocks and stuff like that. Like it's a cool. I like the sword and shield. I like the aesthetic of it. I like the attacks of it. It's cool, but there's no sustain on it, right? So in a build like this, you would need to have auto potions. Auto potions are only obtainable if you purchase the this one up here, the valuable package, which gives you auto potion use, right? So with that in mind, I personally only play builds that have some sort of life leech or some sort of sustain or survivability that don't rely upon auto potions. Now, with that said, I don't know all of the classes because I don't play all of them all that much. Um, Crossbow technically has one. I think it's blue side. Yeah. So crossbow has lifesteal, but it's kind of like glass cannon damage dealing. The lifesteal is like kind of somewhat helps you sustain your survivability while you're melting down players. It's a pretty cool play style. I don't hate it all that much. I think Necro, it heals you for the amount of damage that you deal as well. So I think Necro is a heal. Obviously, Life Staff is healer. Leveling as Life Staff is busted. It's probably one of the most busted leveling styles in the game, purely just because it does a lot of damage and it heals a lot. But the problem with the leveling with the Life Staff is it revolves around your cooldowns, and some of your cooldowns are so big that if you don't kill them in one burst of your abilities, you have to run in circles until your cooldowns come up to kill them. So that can be really annoying. But those three. Bow doesn't really have any sustain. It's all about damage, damage, damage. It's kind of cool. Does a lot of damage. Same thing with Warhammer. It's all about damage, damage, damage. Daggers, damage, damage, damage. Spear, once again, it's all about damage and cooldown reduction and like CCing and stuff like that. So the two-handed sword, on the other hand, is kind of cool. Left side has, I think it's, is it Fury? Frenzy, I think. Yeah, so this has a 15-second cooldown and it lasts for like 6 or 7 seconds. Yeah, for 7 seconds. And while it's active, you have lifesteal. So you have 50% uptime of lifesteal for your attacks. And it gives a bunch of like attack speed, attack damage, stuff like that. So basically, every time this is off cooldown, you pop it and you have lifesteal. That is your sustain for this build. If you play duelist side, it's also kind of cool because the way the duelist works is every time, it's the passive that you're focusing on this one. Every time you use a skill, you gain a stack, up to 6 stacks max. And what ends up happening is when you auto attack, it'll consume a stack of the sword to discipline stack, and it will give you a shield equal to 30% of your physical attack power. So all you have to do is stack attack power with this build, and if you use an ability in auto attack, you get a chunk of it of shield. Use an ability, auto attack, chunk of shield, and you rinse and repeat this process. And then you have a couple abilities in here that you can spam. I think it's either Brave Dash, or is it Razor Echo? One of these you can use up to like 5 times in a row or something like that. And then a couple other ones attack multiple times in sequential in order as well. So you basically, I think it's red Sword Dance that attacks multiple times. But anyway, you could almost indefinitely keep shields up on this character as long as you rotate your skills properly and you put on a new shield before you fully lose your old shield. You want it to ever lose any HP when you're, when you're playing. So two-handed sword is pretty cool in that way. But me personally, I'm the laziest of lazy pieces of shit, and I play dual axe for PvE purposes. I don't like PvPing. Dual axes, I would say don't play this if you're gonna PvP, but if you're gonna PvE and you want a very brain dead, just turn your fucking your brain off and not have to worry about a fucking thing, and you just side strafe and kill everything, play dual axe for just brain dead playstyle solo play, because every time you attack, you gain a stack of bloodlust on this right side of the tree, and each stack gives you 1% lifesteal to a max of 35%. So basically all I have to do, um I'll show you really quick. I'm just gonna run over here to the level 100 zone. I'm level 72, by the way. Level 100 zone. I have really bad gear. I'll show you how to farm EXP as well, and E1, if you guys don't already know the effective way on how to farm EXP, because most people that I watch play, they'll literally walk up and pull like one group of mobs, and then pull up one group of mobs, and then pull like one group of mobs. Like, it's very slow. Much better to hoard them all together and just burst them down all at one time. So I'll give you a quick little showcase what it looks like. Also, don't take the levels so seriously. Like I said, I've been killing level 100 since I've been like level 60. So just because they're level 100 doesn't mean that you can't kill them. Like, if you're level like 30 right now, you can go to probably a level 50 zone and you can probably kill level 50s and get way more XP. Or even go to a level 60 zone sometimes. Now, obviously, it depends on your gear and, the class you're playing and stuff like that. But I'll give you a quick little showcase of like what I'm talking about, though. So mobs with stars are really where the EXP comes from. So the goal is you run in here on your mount and you just run around. Now, the leash radius of mobs is very small. It's very, very, very small. But you can take advantage of the speed of the horse. And if you run to one side, grab a bunch, and run to the other side and grab a bunch, and then you try and make it back to the beginning before a reset, you can group them all into the center and then just kill them. But as you can see, since you can move and attack at the same time, I don't even get hit. And I can just side strafe indefinitely and kill these guys. And if I do take damage, like, yeah, I'm just sitting here face tanking right now for a second, I heal up so much, and I don't have to use potions to do this. Now, this place is actually hits really hard for me, but the 3 stars hit a lot. So, but the way that the EXP works is a regular mob might give you like 100 XP, like a regular basic bitch mob. The 1 star typically gives you like 10 times that. Right, so it'll probably give you, actually I think it's more than that. I think it's like basic bitch will give you like 100, and then the 1 star will give you like 4,000 or 5,000 or something like that, maybe 6,000. So let's take this 3 star for example. Both those 3 stars gave me 24,000 XP. A 2 star gives me half that, so it gives me 12,000. A 1 star gives me half of a 2 star, which would be 6,000, and then the basic people give me 300. So as you can see, it takes you a lot longer to kill a 3 star, but if you're killing the 3 star at the same time as you're killing like other mobs, right, and a big group, it works out. So the idea is, like I said, just walk around and grab a whole bunch like this, group them up really quick, run in a circle. Once they kloop together, then you just nuke them with your abilities or auto attacks. Killing basic mob, like killing a mob, frees up a space for the elites to spawn as well. So this is the only way to get the elites to spawn. If there's no elites, this is how you get them to spawn. You have to kill the basic mobs anyway. And then once you've killed everything, then just go and grab the next group. And go and grab the next group. And then go and grab the next group. And then rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. We gotta get rid of this. I need to loot this equipment really fast because I need to make sure if there's any pets in here, I bring them back. Do you guys have any other questions? Anything else I can help you with? I'll answer whatever I can as as best I can, and I'll show you as much as I can as well. But Ewan, do you there's better ways of making money than just chopping trees. Lots of other ways to make money. Depends on how active you want to be as well. If you want to be super like AFK, obviously like there's other ways of going about it. Yeah, you just gotta grind, yeah. Some things that you could look into for your grinding also would be like I said, getting into a group, putting down your altars. You know, you don't have to level up the altar, Ronan, and you don't have to put anything on the altar. You just have to place it and give it some material so it doesn't decay, and then move it around as you move from place to place, so you always have it within the radius until you find the location you want to make sure you stay at all times. That's basically all it boils down to. And like I said, if you save up 12 mil and you make yourself a clan, you do the same thing. It just, I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you this. If you have both the clan and the personal altar in the radius of what you're doing, it basically doubles the EXP you get from whatever it is you're doing. That's how insane having both of them is. Like that 300 XP I get from killing that mob is more like 600 XP. Just from the the two altars. Now, there are two other aspects to this too, Ronan, when it comes to leveling. You have town buffs as well, which I'll show you really fast now that I'm going to town. And you have food buffs. You can either buy the food from another player, or you can work on your cooking and then make it yourself. Oh, so hold on a second. Let's wrap up what we can. So in every town, you have... We gotta find it in this town. You have one of these statues. And this statue sells a bunch of different buffs for gold. Now, like I said, 2 million gold for an hour worth of stuff sounds like a lot. You're probably in an ad. Let me know if you're in an ad, and I will wait to finish what I'm saying. Never fails. All right. Gotta make some tools. Go drop this stuff off. Yeah, I have a few more tips for you. Just I don't know if you're in an ad or not, so I wasn't gonna keep talking until I knew if you were out of the ad. Yeah, it's playing right now. Just got out? Okay. So there's two more things for the EXP grind, Ronan. Like I said, this is just talking about getting to level 100. So we already covered the two altars, which basically doubles your EXP of whatever you're getting. And then obviously grouping up with people and doing party. So trying, when you group up with people, the goal is you want to do the party zones. So if you're level 60, you probably want to do like a level 60 party zone or a level 75 party zone. And when you hit like past level 60, you probably want to try and get into like level 100 party zones or like 75 party zones. You want to try and get into a big group to do the party zones because they give you a lot more XP, and if you have enough people in the group one-shotting things, you'll get a ton of XP. And like I said, the altars basically double the XP from there. And then you have two other things. This little statue that's in every major town, when you talk to them, like I said, money wise, it's going to cost you, but you'll make your money back on every trip, right? If you buy an hour boost, and in that hour, you'll make your money back to be able to purchase another one easily, if not more than enough, right? So there's a lot of bonuses in here, but basically you're looking for the character EXP one for now. So you buy like a 4-hour boost, a 1-hour boost, depending on how long you plan on farming. 1-hour boosts are usually the safest bet because you just pop it every hour as you need it, and you don't over pop. Like if you pop a 4-hour and only farm for 2 hours, you just wasted 2 hours of a buff. So buy like 1 hour is probably the best. It costs 1.5 mil each, and that's 40% bonus XP. That's a huge bonus XP, and this is all additive or multiplying and whatnot on top of each other with the altars and like having this buff as well. And then on top of this, there is a food buff you can get from cooking. Like I said, you're better off either leveling your cooking or just buying it from another person. But it is, gotta find it. Give me a second. Those are all PvP buff things. Okay. So this one increases character XP gain by 12% for 30 minutes. So it's called the experience meal. I don't know how much they cost, but you can probably buy them off the marketplace from other players. But 30-minute buff here for another 12%. You could take advantage of that as well if you really wanted to. Not really necessary, but you could. And then the very last thing that I would recommend, and it's kind of a low-key people ignore, is the town board. So the town board is game wide. Every town has the same board. When you complete it on one town, it works for all of them. And there's two tabs. There's a royal quest, which are these 10, and you can refresh it twice every single day. This is huge XP gains, on top of helping the townsfolk, which are also huge XP. And you can only do these once a day. You can't refresh these. So this one involves, feeding your mount or your pets 20 times, playing for 8 hours, getting 300 PvP points. So maybe, and then comboing that with like arena battles. So you log into an arena battle, you win 3 arenas, boom, you get over 100,000 XP. I get 100,000 XP because of my level. You'll get less, but it's very good. Let's just say I did almost all 30 of these today, because whenever they have food or potions or whatever, I don't do those ones because I play Ironman and I haven't leveled that. So I did almost 30 of these, and then I did these 3 so far, and I made over 60% of my level today. And I haven't done like anything like EXP wise today, other than just that. So if you take advantage of all of these every single day, you'll get a huge chunk of XP for very little investment time. And then, like I said, you combo that with all the EXP buffs that you can get as well, and then do the EXP grinds. You will level very fast. Very, very, very fast. And then once you're 100, your goal is getting gear and leveling that gear up, like enhancing it up, making yourself stronger and stronger, Kind of like the overall goal. Getting plus gear. You can then combat. Guys, feel free to chime in anytime. We do have a Discord, so if you ever have questions and I'm not streaming, you can always chime in there, So when it comes to professions and crafting, Ronan, I'm not gonna lie, you need basically everything. Unless it literally says this item is meant to be sold to an NPC, aka things like leather boots when you're fishing. So there's an item when you're fishing. They don't even, this right here, patterned shoe. It says cannot be used in production. You can sell it to a vendor. Same thing with the mollusk. Cannot be used in a production unless it says that. You can use it for some crafting in some way, shape, or form. So seaweed can be used to craft. Fish bones can be used for crafting. Now, not saying you'll actually use them in your crafting, because you'll probably opt out of whatever craft that they're used in. But you can, at bare minimum, you can sell them to somebody that does want to use them for crafting on the marketplace, right? Pretty much all the fish, all the mollusks, everything from that. You'll never get this unless you actually fish. Same thing with any of the gathering materials. You'll never get wood or hardwood or whatever unless you actually do wood cutting. Same thing with the mining. You'll never get any of these materials unless you actually do mining. But some of the things that you will obtain just from, I wouldn't say combat, but from like looting chests or doing your dungeon runs and things like that, is you'll get like puzzle pieces, right? And you'll get some other miscellaneous things, and your logins will give you some potions and some other things. You'll end up with stuff occasionally, but the main thing you're gonna run into is, sorry, the mount is so annoying. I'm trying to empty my inventory at the same time. The main thing you're gonna run into, and I already got rid of mine, but I'll show you really quick. Okay, I got 165,000 XP just because I fed my mount 20 times. Crazy. So there's this essence over here that you can craft. They take these like rift scrolls, right? And then they take like rift stones. So you get these from treasure chests, you get these from clearing rifts, you get these from doing your dungeons and miscellaneous other things, but you get these all the time. And if you stockpile these, you can craft these essence materials, right? Which I have 500 of these, 100 of these, 100 of these. And there's other ways to craft them too. The luck essences, you can craft those up as well, and so on. But you use those to make these, and then these are used for jewel crafting. So the short of it is, if it doesn't say that it can't be used in crafting, like if it says it can't be used, sell it. So anytime you kill mobs, like let's say you're over here like killing these dudes and they drop pretty much anything on this list. So armors can be vendored or sold to players. Same thing with weapons. You can keep the arrows if you want. I don't think it's necessary because you can craft them or buy them. Same thing with the jewelry. Once you have a set of like legendary horse stuff, you don't need any more. Always keep creature extracts and quality creature extracts. They're very useful. Oh, these are the materials I was talking about. So when you kill these mobs, they drop this, and this is a guaranteed. Obtained from creatures, cannot be used in production. You sell it, right? Repair parts, you can keep them if you want. That's what you use when you're out and about combating in zones, and you can repair your gear out in the field. Weapon stones, you can just trash or sell. Skill books, save until you either want to sell them to other players or you want to max out your other, weapons, but save all your books. And this is the main thing about combat. Combat is the only way to obtain pets, and you need a ridiculous amount of pets. So every pet in the game, there's 8 of them, I want to say. There's a collector, which picks up items for you. There's a cooker, a miner, a fisher, an alchemist, harvester, a woodcutter, and a hunter. Basically, if you look at it in terms of your things here, you have these 5 plus these 2, and then the collector. And each one of those pets can turn into a legendary. So you start off as a gray, and then you evolve him into a green, and then the green gets evolved into a blue, and then the blue gets evolved into a purple, and then the purple gets evolved into a legendary. And they get very, very, very expensive. Each gray pet you find equivalent to a 2 status. It gives you 2, right? So if I was to drop in a pet, I don't have one on me, but if I was to put this pet in here, it would give me 2 out of 40. So in theory, I would need 20 of these to upgrade this from blue to purple. But one thing you can keep in mind is if you have a green, the green, it takes 10, right? So to go from this to green, it takes 10. So you put 5 pets in here, that's 10 points. This green is now worth 10 points if you put it into a blue, right? So on and so forth. So you can daisy chain them up so you don't have to hold on to so many gray pets. But at the end of the day, your goal is you're trying to get legendary pets or buy them from other players because they are very time consuming to obtain. They are very necessary to obtain. And the only way to obtain them is by combating. So at some point, you're going to need to combat to get those unless you buy them from other players. Either way. But like I said, when it comes to crafting, save everything. So either A, put them into every storage in the world because you will have, yo, King Swizz, what's going on? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying the stream. So every town you unlock has its own storage chest on the side here. You can see them all. And you get, I would say, it's not 100. I think it's 80. I think each storage starts off with 80 unless you have this, which gives you plus 20 to storage. So you have 80 storage in every single place. So it's 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's like over 100 or 960 storage unless you have a buff running, and then that gives you a lot more. And then if you have a clan as well, each city also has a clan storage of 40, so you can go even further. And then on top of that, your house, once you find a place that you want your altar to be, you can place like over 1,000 chests on your property. I'll show you really quick. And then on top of that, you can buy every house in every single town. And you can place a bunch of chests in every single house in every single town. You can also buy every single farm plot in every single town. So there's a lot you can do to alleviate your storage problems. But at the end of the day, it just becomes very tedious. So we'll look at the clan one and I'll just explain it. But you see how it says pieces 1 of 1680? That means the altar counts as 1, but I can now place 1,679 other items on this plot. So in theory, I think you need a foundation or some sort of ground that's not dirt to place items on. But let's say you put down a platform down and then you can put like 1,000 chests on this plot. That chest can hold, I think the big ones hold 20 each, and if you have 1,000 of them, you do the math, right? Same thing with like your personal house, you can do the same exact thing with, right? At level 2 it holds 900. And you can level this up to level 4 without really trying, and you can get up to over 1,000. So like in theory, if you had them side by side, you could probably get over 2,000 chests between the two properties easy, maybe 2,500, maybe even closer to 3,000. Plus, like I said before, when it comes to the houses, each house has their own limit on how many like items can be in the houses, but since you can buy every house in every single city, it increases the amount of storage you can have in every single city as well. So if you're running into like if you're really trying to min max and you're trying to hold on to everything, you can find a way to do it. But at the end of the day, you're going to need to level up your carpentry to make chests. But like you buy a house, it's pretty easy, and it just tells you your size, it tells you your your max workbenches and stuff. And my objects, I have 18 objects in this house right now. I don't know what the max is, but currently have 18. And if you just start stacking chest upon chest upon chest, you can easily get like a lot of storage. But like I said, hold on to everything if you want to level professions, because professions are very time consuming. They're very resource intensive. It's going to take you a hot minute to level any of them up. And fishing is very AFK, but it takes a very long time. In theory, if you want to cheese the system a little bit when you're AFKing, the way the game kind of works is all you have to do is press E on an object to farm it, right? But the one thing that happens is if you continuously stand here and you just put like a marble or something on the E key, when this respawns, it will automatically start to chop it once it spawns. So you can take advantage of this, and they spawn every 10 minutes. So if you're really trying to like speed level like mining, you can go and stand at like an iron ore node or something, and you can just hold E, and every 10 minutes you will mine ore, and you'll get XP for it every 10 minutes. So rather than AFK and fish, or rather than turning your game off, or rather than doing anything else while you're AFKing, you could literally just hold E and farm iron for like 10 to 20 to 30 hours. As long as you want, basically. And like I said, just hold the button down. You don't need to run any macros. You don't need to cheat. You don't need to run any bots. You don't need to run any scripts. Just hold the fucking button down and just AFK. It's that simple. Anyway, like I said, there's so many, many, many professions to do. So I would say hold on to everything if you really want to go that route, Ronan. King, how am I liking it? I like it, but it's nothing against this game specifically, but in general, when it comes to gaming, I'm kind of in this weird slump lately that games don't really have the appeal they used to have, where when I get to the end of a game, when I've actually leveled things up and I've gotten to that point where it's like it's a max level, or it's relatively what I would consider almost max level or whatever, the games lose their steam and just become very unenjoyable. It's like, oh, what's the point of continuing to farm? Right? What's the point of continuously playing this game? Because there's nothing for me to do, right? There's no chase. There's nothing I'm looking for, right? So the problem I'm having with this game is it's heavily PvP oriented, and I don't like PvP. And the PvE just is very lacking. Like, there's nothing that comes from professions that you can't get elsewhere. There's nothing that, I mean, there's a few things that comes from PvE that only comes from PvE, but at the end of the day, like, there's nothing you can't get from doing something else, right? So like when it comes to like professions, like there's no reason to, I mean, other than cooking and alchemy, there's no reason, like blacksmithing makes no sense, right? You can just go run dungeons, world bosses, go kill mobs or whatever, and you can get the same loot, right? Same thing with the tailoring, right? Same exact thing. Same thing with kind of the engineering. It's like cannonballs and stuff like that you can actually get from out in the ocean and stuff like that. But I would say like, we'll say those are different caveats. But like jewel crafting, get the jewelry, same thought, man. All this gear can be obtained via just going and grinding mobs, just going and doing combat and just grinding mobs, right? Um, but like most of these things from here up, basically, like husbandry, farming, fishing, uh, like most of that funnels into cooking. Alchemy comes from like miscellaneous other things, but mostly like from harvesting. Oh, sorry, hunting goes into there too, I think too. But like all of this does funnel into this stuff, but there's no reason for it, right? They're like the only ones that actually give you any good reason to want to like level them or any potential is like this one getting to level 20 to make the big chests. Anything past level 20 doesn't really matter because none of this really does anything for you right now. Cooking matters because these meals are very useful. Alchemy, once again, they have some alchemy potions that are very useful. These are the only two that are actually useful. Everything else just feels very unuseful. Like I said, so like when it comes to cooking, you want to focus on things that will level cooking, right? So that's why husbandry, farming, beekeeping, probably fishing and hunting, like all of these will funnel into these here. Same thing with harvesting and stuff like that. But like leatherworking, it does nothing for you unless you're, doing tailoring. And if you're doing tailoring, like what's the point? Once again, same thing with smelting. I I mean, smelting is a little bit more useful because you make the bars and then you turn the bars into advanced tools, right? Advanced tools are actually very useful. So, I mean, that's kind of something, but you don't need to be level 100. Once again, getting to level 100 doesn't have any purpose. So, once you level the stuff up to a point where you can actually do, like, I can craft the advanced tools going forward, I don't really have any purpose going forward. And that's the problem I'm having with this game is I have no in-game loop viability of enjoyment. Like I log in, I plant some seeds, I gather some animals stuff, right? So I do some like animal stuff for husbandry, I do some farming stuff, I do my token grinds, so I turn in all like my little tokens to all my NPCs. So I'm doing free to play. I farm tokens every day to make my in-game currency. Um and then I just level my professions. But leveling them up, there's no reason to level them up. It's just something I'm doing because I'm bored and I have nothing else to play. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. When you're level 100 and you're gear grinding and you're trying to enhance gear, yes, yes, there is viability when it comes to that. But you can technically do that without doing professions. Can you not? Can you not just farm the gear? It's probably more reliable to craft it, but which one takes longer? Because the mats you need to farm to craft X amount, like, here's what I'm getting at, gang, is how many hours of material farming would you need to farm to get enough materials to craft like one legendary, right? Versus going and farming mobs to drop a legendary. I don't even know if they can drop legendaries. That's something I've never gotten around to testing. But I'm just hypothetically speaking, right? Like, could you not just go and farm the materials? Or could you not just go and kill the mobs for the items versus farming the materials to make the items? Like which one's faster? And then once again, at the end of the day, what does it boil down to? You're you're farming the materials to craft legendary gear to then try to enhance and upgrade your gear to get better plus versions of the gear, and then that better plus versions of gear makes combat better because you're stronger now, and now that you're stronger, the only thing that it helps is PvP. So if you're not a PvP oriented person, what is there for you to do? Right? I don't like PvP. I don't like running around grouping up with a bunch of people, fighting a bunch of other people for land. Be like, oh, this is my grind spot. Get out of my grind spot, you piece of shit, right? I don't like kicking people out of grind spots. I'm a little bit more, hey, if you were there first, have at it, right? Now when they do introduce castle sieges and like territory control and stuff like that, it makes more sense because now you're fighting for territory, right? You declare war on this territory, you fight for the territory. If you win, you win. That makes more sense. And then like the guild versus guild like fights, that's fine. It's like arenas, it is what it is. I'm not a huge fan of PvP as it is, so I don't really get into all that stuff. But there's no point in me enhancing my gear for combat if I don't PvP because there's nothing else to do with combat other than grinding mobs for pets or doing my dungeons for miscellaneous upgrade materials and stuff. And that's the thing too. If you are a PvPer, like it makes sense crafting the legendaries, right? Like I said, it doesn't take much to get them, right? Like you said, it doesn't take a whole lot. You have to go and gather a couple materials, and then you have to go and do a couple other things to get like the legendary craft things. Because yeah, you're talking about um these things, right? These like scrolls or whatever, legendary quality scrolls and stuff. You're talking about these things, if I'm not mistaken. Not the talismans, but like these things. Where do you get? How do you get those from dungeons? I thought those drop from the Krakens, like the world bosses. Oh, you said boss materials. I was sorry. I thought you meant dungeons. Sorry. Yeah, you're talking about these guys. Got you. Yeah. I'll tell you in a second, Ronan. The game has been out for over a year, but it was in early access for a year and it full released in February, Ronan. So they've done a huge amount of work between February and now. So they're currently in maintenance mode, trying to polish and performance increase the game. But yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. So you fight the Kraken for the Kraken materials. So I was like, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. You have a limited amount of kills per day that you can do these, King. And that only gives you a limited amount of legendary crafts per day if you actually get the items to drop from them. And that's what I was getting at. Wouldn't you get more legendaries just farming? Like obviously when those guys spawn, go and farm them so you can get them, right? That makes sense. And then you get extra crafts from doing your crafts. But in between fighting them, aren't you just grinding mobs? Something like that, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. In the top right, when you go to the crafting bench, yeah, I know what you're talking about when it comes to that. I was curious on what items you were using. Because like I don't have an actual crafting bench other than the forge right now. Right, yeah, because you're talking about up here. You put the little boosters up here to force it to legendary or whatever, right? Like when you're doing one of these or whatever. Um, but like what I was wondering is, yeah, these things, Kraken shells, so on and so forth. Right. Yeah, this is what you're talking about. But couldn't you just drop legendaries? Like, is it not a thing? I haven't got to actually doing those myself. Yeah, but since they have such a timer on them, King, it's not something you can just do hourly or you can just regularly farm all day long, right? That's what I'm saying. Is like you have a limited number of these every single day. Even if you count them as 3 at a time, how many times a day does this guy spawn? He has 14 hours till he spawns. I would say he spawns what, once a day? You get 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, what, 21, and then like the 24 a day. If you did all of them, you get 24 of these a day. That's not that many. Yeah, so I was just curious, yeah, if you could actually get legendaries to drop when you're running dungeons. That's what I was curious, if it was possible. That's what I was, yeah, that's what I was wondering. So Ronan, so to answer your question, dungeon points, you get, I think, 400 a day. Might be 200 a day. Actually, I think it's 200 a day. And every time you enter a dungeon, it consumes, I think, 40 dungeon points. And then that's it. That's basically what they're used for. You can hold up to 1,000, and that's your max cap. But you use the points to enter the dungeon, and then doing the dungeon, nets you, depending on the difficulty you do, nets you resources or materials or whatever. That makes sense? But yeah, that's what I was getting at, King, is like everything seems very bottlenecked. Like the dungeons are bottlenecked behind how many dungeons you can run per day because your points, and then the RNG of actually getting a legendary to drop, and then you're bottlenecked behind boss spawns for forcing legendary crafts as well. So that's another bottleneck behind legendary crafts. As I said, I haven't really got around to enhancing all that much. I don't really know the particular like reasoning behind needing legendaries, like crafting legendaries, because I haven't actually got around to like high level enhancements. So I don't really know why do you need to craft legendaries? If you have the legendary item already, why do you need to craft more? All right, have a good one, mate. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Have a good day at work tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow night during next stream. See you, man. Appreciate you. So yeah, if you could enlighten me, King, I'd appreciate it. Like, what's the reason behind crafting like force crafting legendaries having legendaries? Do you need to like scrap them for like certain components, or like what's the reasoning behind having to craft them? I need to make an X. Yeah, just for my personal knowledge, I would appreciate if you had dropped some knowledge on my ass. But anyway, Ronan, yeah. So there's certain items that only drop out of dungeons, right? So for example, you'll notice when I change this difficulty, the items change, right? Um, but you'll see you'll get like a nebulous crystal, right? Increases your success chance of weapon enhancements, right? Increases your success of accessory enhancements, and then you got the legendary versions as well. So you can get these, so you can help your chances of successfully enhancing your gear. You got talisman drops that get added onto gear to give them set bonuses and stuff. You can also farm power stones and stuff that get added to gear to give them even more stats. I think you can only put like one power stone per piece of gear, but you can get like flat fizz damage, flat magic damage, and so on and so forth. And then you get other ones like from over here, which is like HP, MP, and regens. So you got all that stuff and different talismans from different dungeons. And then each dungeon drops a different base loot. So this dungeon drops rings, bags, and pants. This one drops all the weapons. This one drops helmets and gloves and an earring, it looks like. And then this one drops amulet, bracer, and then chest pieces. Obviously, like I said, they also drop different talismans, different power stones. But this is why you like farm one dungeon over another dungeon. You can do parties if you want. You can do whatever you want, depending on what weapon you're using. Like I said, since I use dual axe, I can go on very hard with no auto potion, and I can basically face tank any of the bosses on very hard, and I don't have any problems. But it's not a very good PvP weapon or very good weapon in general. Oh, all right. You guys are gonna have an ad in another minute here, so I will pause the ranting till that is over. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, anything else you want to add, like I said, the only thing that I have is if King wants to enlighten me on the reasoning behind crafting legendaries for enhancement, which doesn't make sense to me because I've heard two conflicting reports. When you enhance things, it can break into nothing. It can result in it like degrading into like being completely broken and no longer owning it. And I've also heard that it can't do that. But it can downgrade, or something like that. But I don't know. I'm really, I don't really. I don't know, maybe I should just read this and would make more sense. But yeah, I just don't understand the reason behind needing legendary crafts unless, like I said, if the items can break to nothing and be destroyed completely, you're gonna need more legendaries to replace them. So you can, you know, if you do break one, you have a backup, I guess. Okay, so that answers my question. So it technically does get destroyed, but if you have the Terra protection, it won't. So that's what I thought, but someone told me that that was false. That doesn't actually get destroyed. Um, but I guess they didn't add the caveat in there. Yeah, I don't know. So I can see you needing to craft legendaries because if you're going for like a plus 10, right, you need to craft legendaries, try and push it to 10, and if it fails at 9, you're like, all right, cool, try another one. Fails at 9, cool, try again, try again, try again. Eventually get your plus 10, and then once you start pushing for 11, once you start pushing for 12, you're starting to need more and more and more. With even more and more attempts, so that could just get really fucking tedious. Yeah, that's gonna suck. So I guess there's that grind. But like I said, for me, like even though I'm playing Ironman, like it's fun, it's enjoyable. But at the end of the day, it just boils down to I don't really have, since I don't PvP, I'm not a big PvPer. Game probably isn't my end all be all as it currently sits because I have nothing to grind for. Having plus 15 gear means nothing to somebody that doesn't PvP. Because I have no reason to get the gear. I have no reason to get stronger and whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting off soon. It's 3 a.m. here. I usually go till 5 a.m., but I've been really tired lately. I appreciate you, Ronan. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Hope I answered all your questions. And like I said, if you need more, hit me up in the Discord. I'll be around tomorrow and the next day. I have a bi-weekly schedule, so it is what it is. But yeah, I'll catch you next time, man. Take it easy. Appreciate you. Hope you had fun. Hope you have a good night. Talk to you later. Bye bye bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. All right. So we need to clear a couple rifts, and we just need to farm iron at this point. Where the hell am I? All right. See you. See you. See you. Yeah, overall, I like the game, but it's lacking in some certain fields that make it hard for me to think this is gonna be like an actual like main game for me. That makes sense. Like even if we don't even talk about quality of life and polishment and tediousnesses of the game. It's just like the core mechanic of the game itself. It's just missing a lot of aspects. So 20 something here, 12, like 20 here, 18. Yeah, so we have a decent amount for tomorrow. Um, just the fact that there's the only thing that I have to do is leveling professions, and the only thing leveling professions does for me is gives me the chance to make gear that I can then try to enhance higher level gear to make myself combat like my combat potential stronger when nothing I do requires my combat to be stronger just doesn't make sense. Like there's nothing in this game that I need to do to like progress. That's the problem I'm having. Is there's no PvE difficult content that requires my gear score to be increased. So I don't need to have a higher gear score to do higher tier content because there is no higher tier content that requires it. And there's nothing locked behind getting a max level profession. So getting my professions to max level doesn't change anything. Now getting them to like level 70 or 80 or whatever, yeah, I need to do that to be able to craft the highest tier materials or whatever, but I don't need to get to 100. So getting like 80% of the way to 100, obviously like level 80, fine. Sure. Now I can craft everything in the game and there's no real reason to push all the way to 100. I mean, there will be eventually probably, but currently there isn't. So it's like maxing out my professions doesn't really make a difference, doesn't really matter all that much at the grand scheme of things. And I mean, at that point, like the only thing I'd be like, the only in-game grind that we have right now is grinding out your dungeons and getting your professions up to a point. So basically, grinding your dungeons and grinding your world boss spawns to then craft legendary crafts, to then take those legendary crafts to attempt to enhance them to as high a rank as you possibly can to try and get max plus gear across the board. Literally what the end game loop is. And then if you were somehow managed to get full plus 15 gear across all pieces of gear on your entire character, and you had no reason to continue grinding gear, dungeons, or world bosses for that reason, unless you're making alternate sets and stuff, there's nothing left for you to do in the game, unless you're PvPing. Like, there's literally nothing left to do. Maybe finish off your professions or leaderboard standings and stuff like that. Finish, like, leveling them to level 100 if you haven't already. That's all there is to do in the game. So, not saying I'm gonna quit the game, but I am saying I can see the light at the end of the tunnel for playability. At least until they start adding stuff. Once they sit down and start adding some PvE content, and they start adding some more, like, progressional upgrade, like, items to shoot for and stuff like that, like, okay, then that would be cool. You know, maybe introduce some profession sets that you have to somehow either craft or obtain some way, shape, or form. Maybe add some items that are only obtainable via, professions that are untradeable. Right, so you can only obtain an item, like, you can only craft a specific item for your gear if you have a level 100, like, max level profession. So it forces you to level your professions, and it gives you a reason to want to hit level 100. I don't know. I feel like they need to give you a reason to hit max level profession, like a goal, like an actual an increasement for being max profession level. That's one thing they need to add. And they need to add actual harder content that requires you to have harder gear. I know they're gonna work on dungeons being more group oriented instead of just being able to face roll them. I know they're working on that, so I'm not super worried about that. But as those become more difficult and it requires parties to run, hopefully it requires, healer and tanks, or at least somebody that can at least pseudo tank slash pseudo heal or something like that. Um, Once that becomes a thing, dungeons might be a little bit more interesting depending on the drops. Like, that's the big thing. Is like there needs to be something that drops from them that is always useful, no matter what stage of the game you're at. Whether it's crafting foods, potions, consumables for your gear, something like that. Materials used for crafting high tier gear or enhancements. There has to be a reason to grind those once, like, for a person that has a maxed out character, maxed out books, with maxed out gear, with maxed out enhancements and everything else, there has to be a reason for them to want to run dungeons. There has to be a reason for them to want to do this horizontal content. If there's no reason for them to run it, then it's dead content. And you don't want to have dead content in your game. You want to have reason people to do the quote unquote obsolete content, even when it's like old and outdated. There needs to be a reason to continuously hit it. And you don't want to make it to where it's like, oh, if you didn't do it, you're now behind. If you don't do it every day, you missed out. It's like you don't want to put limitations on it like that. So limiting it to like X amount of dungeons per day, or X amount of entries per this, or X amount of drops per this, like limiting it is really bad. But also leaving it in infinite is also bad. So I would say the best bet is to do like a weekly cap. So that way people can leisurely play it at their leisure and get to their cap however they want. They'll give them like 20 dungeons a week, something like that. You can run 20 dungeons per week and for drops. Like, you can run more than that, but You can only get 20 dungeon drops per week or something like that. Like, okay, cool. And then maybe to incentivize tanks and healers to play more, even if they've hit their limit, they get a like a like a bonus drop just for, you know, running the dungeon. They get like a bonus thing for queuing as a tank when tanks are necessary. When there's like lacking tanks or lacking healers. I think that's cool because I like that idea from other games to incentivize the tanks and the healers to play or to random queue. They give them like a bonus cache of loot for, you know, for their time basically. Something like that would be helpful. So healers and tanks would be more willing to queue up even if, you know, they've already got their 20 done for the week. So, but like that's just talking about dungeons, right? That's not talking about anything else. That's not talking about like the sea content. That's not talking about PvP. That's not talking about any of the other content in the entire goddamn game. But I don't know. That's just me. Like I said, I like the game. I think the game is cool. I'll play the game for a while, but I could see me losing my Steam here in the next couple weeks to a month and probably swapping games to something new. Maybe not better, but something new because I like learning. Um I like learning new games. I like interacting with new games. I like experiencing new games. So jumping into a new game that I've never played before would be kind of like in the wheelhouse of something of enjoyable game. Just don't know what we would jump into, honestly. But I think I'm tempted to get off early. I'm not gonna go to sleep, but I am thinking about going to eat some food, watch some anime, relax a little bit, get my little workout in, um, and then chill out. I think I might get off a bit early again today. I have not been myself since my vacation. I just cannot seem to get enough sleep. I don't know what is wrong with me. I honestly, Topher, if I actually went somewhere for my vacation, like out of country or something like that, I probably would have went to the hospital and was like, "Yo, test me for parasites, because I am not feeling right." I honestly just I cannot sleep enough. Interesting. What's the game called that you're playing? It's like a One Piece knockoff. What's it called? Yeah, totally not One Piece. Interesting. Is it not through Steam? If it's not through Steam, I'm not even interested. It's on Steam? Okay. Oh wait, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? I'm pretty sure we were talking about this the other day. This is the playtest you gave me, right? Yeah. Huh. Do we know when it's actually fully releasing? Because you know me, man. I wouldn't mind playing a playtest for a couple hours or maybe a day, but I wouldn't want to push too far into it and then have to replay all that stuff when it full releases. So it's like one of those things that I wouldn't mind to test it for a day, but I wouldn't want to heavily invest into it and then have to replay it. I just know myself way too well to know that I would literally kill my chances of playing this game in the future if I played it too much. 89, bro. That guy has no life. Oh my god. Go touch some grass. I'm touching grass. Go touch real grass. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here, guys. Before the next ad plays. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go get something to snack on. I'm gonna watch a little bit of anime, and then I'm gonna get a little workout in, and then I'm gonna relax a little bit before me and the wife gotta run some errands. Just, I want some me time, man. I want some relaxing time. I'm tempted to honestly just go lay on the couch, close my eyes for a few hours. So tempting. I can go nap for like 3 hours, bro. Instead of working out, instead of like watching anime or whatever, I can literally just go take a nap for 3 hours and I'd be fucking stoked. I'm trying to see if there was any like doors or anything up here. What the? Who the fuck places a random ass house up there? This looks like a great place to stand. Alright, this looks like a great place to stand. Alright, guys, we're gonna call it here. I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask, don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something that shows with an author, help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to hit me up as well. Just add me at any time. If you ever have any questions, ever need to ask me something, share something, show something off, or whatever, that's the best place. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that. Go click in the little about me down there and go give it a look. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch something in the stream, or catch something that you might have missed or whatever, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. Same old, same old. You know, probably 11 p.m. Central Time, my time. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I catch you guys tomorrow. See you, see you, see you. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll do that after this stuff. All right, bye, 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 bye. See you guys. See you, see you, see you. Bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you.